Oh, bitte.
Good morning, everyone. Can we close the door? So, I see a lot of people here yesterday from Coding Night. I hope you had a great time there. My presentation today is about boosting your performance, unleash the power of Varnish in TYPO3. Who has ever seen this screen when you got too much traffic on your site? That's the worst case scenario for every marketer. I can tell you a short story. I was lying on my couch and my boss told me, oh, one of our customers put an advertisement before the primetime news on ARD. And I was checking our monitoring and I see about 500 requests a second and the server is still holding and I was so cooled down. So what I'm telling you about today is a little bit about myself. Then what is a caching proxy? How would you actually cache in TYPO3? What is cache section ESI? And I give you a short demo afterwards. So who am I? I'm Sascha. I'm the TYPO3 lead at our company NetLogix. I'm doing TYPO3 development since more than 10 years now, and I'm an absolute coffee nerd. If you want to have questions, get in contact with me on Twitter and Slack. So, what is a caching proxy? You see, a caching proxy acts like a man in the middle between the user and your website. So if the request from the client goes to the proxy is looking, do I have this kind of request in my cache, or do I need to fetch it from the backend? If I don't have it in my cache, I ask the backend and store it in the cache and give it to the client. The second request looks up the cache and returns it to the client. That's why it's so fast. So you can speed up the initial loading time, reduce server load, so you don't need to have that big of a TYPO3 web server. And you can chill on your couch, as I told you. So when we're talking about caching, we need to talk about some HTTP headers. First of all, there's the cache control header. Who has ever heard of cache control header? Oh, so many. Good. You have 4 things you can configure the cache control header. You have the no store that prohibits any caching of resources. You have the no cache that ensures that the request to the cache goes to the target server for checking before the cache resource is delivered. And you have the public and private property. There's a difference between telling a browser to store something or telling a proxy to store something. And you can control this header with the max age. That's the time in seconds after the time the element is invalid. And the next one is eTag. eTag lets the cache be more efficient and saves bandwidth. You send the header with an identifier to the client, and the client asking the server, do you have a new resource for this URL with this identifier? I would not recommend using eTags. I would recommend some other stuff I will tell you later. We have the expires header. You can use that for cache invalidation or telling the browser how long should he store the actual resource. And we have the vary header. You can influence the content of the response. For example, if you have a single URL with different content types, let's say you have an URL where you want to return HTML or you want to return JSON, then the browser can use the accept header to tell the the server which kind of content he wants to have, and you can use this kind of header to create different cache entries on the resource. So how would I actually send cache headers in TYPO3? You can use this, but be careful. If you activate this without a caching proxy and without removing the actually headers, the browser will store you the page forever, and you need to press Command F5 or Command R. This is really only the setting if you have a caching proxy between, but this is the mechanism TYPO offers us to send cache header to the client for sites. So how does caching works in TYPO3? So we need to talk a little bit about the caching infrastructure. We have basics about cache entries. So every entry in TYPO3 has an identifier, and data, a lifetime, and tags. That's basically all backends have. Then we have different kind of groups. I think the page cache is known by most of you. We have the system, low level, and all group. All is the one you flush when you press the button, the lightning in the top bar. We have different kind of caches in TYPO3. We have the pages cache, we have hashes, we have runtime, and we have 12 more caches, and you can even configure your own. I will focus on the page cache today, because in my opinion it's for developers it's the most important one. And you have cache tags. There are already cache tags coming from TYPO3. Normally you have the table name and the table name UID, or you can use a custom string for that. So to better understand cache tags, who wants to guess how many cache tags you need on this page to never press the lightning button? Any suggestions? Okay, we will try to find it out. So first of all, TYPO by default is using the page ID 1 cache tag. So if an editor is editing something on the page, this page ID is flushed by default. Then we have a navigation here. So we can edit the pages, and if you want to have up-to-date navigation on the page, then you need to tag every page in the navigation, and that would be very, very, very many cache tags. So we have some pictures also there. There's a file, so we need to tag the sys file and sys file metadata, because your editor can go to the file list, as we told them, and say, hey, replace the image there, or put some metadata there. So that it's work, you need to tag these as well. For the menu, because we have all the cache tags of all pages in the menu, we can use the pages cache tag. I will come to that later. I used the introduction package with the bootstrap package together. We have a record here. It's called, it's a carousel item. And so we also need to tag that, because you can technically edit it out of the TT content record. We have some more files here. So we need to tag the file reference, and the metadata as well. We have another image there. We have some TT content that is coming from a foreign page. So we need to tag the TT content. We need to tag the page where it's coming from. And I think that was also, we need around 20 cache tags that we don't need to press the lightning on the page. And the editor can work, and you don't need to tell him press Control F5. So how could we add a cache tag via TypoScript? This is the code. Every C object has a cache entry or a standard wrap cache entry. You can use that to tag a single record or a single rendering. You can add cache tags with the global TSFE add cache tags. But I normally use a service for that because I can mock it in my unit tests. This is a dependency to globus TSFE. That's not that nice currently, but I think we can work on that for the next versions. And we have a small helper extension. It's called NX cache tags. I will come to that later, where you can add this in Fluid templates, where you have a tag and can automatically tag if you render news or something because you have some external dependencies with extension and don't want to patch them. It's way easier to do it in Fluid. Yes, you can composer require this with an asterisk because there's no version 12 compatibility version yet. We are working on that, and I think we will release it in the next 2 weeks. So how would it actually be flushed? So the data handler is already taking care. If you're building some imports or something, always use the data handler because you have no trouble with caches or anything like that if you tag them correctly. The data handler is always flushing the table name and the table name plus UID. If you want to have something else, there are many events, as we learned on yesterday morning. So now you think, oh, we have the cache tags, and we know about that. So let's think about cache sections and ESI. Cache sections. So let's take a look at this side again. We have the content here. It has a short lifetime and frequent changes. So editor is working on the page currently and flushing the cache of the site. We have the header. So normally an editor is not adding pages that frequently, so he has way less changes than pages itself. And we have a footer. Normally it's the same on every page. So I would say it's the less changed element on a website. So let's take a look at the rendering times of these three things. We have in development, just quoting these numbers. I did several tests. Don't trust me. Because yes, it's about 300 to 350 milliseconds for the rendering of the whole page. And I take a look at every single part of it. We have about 100 milliseconds for the menu. We have 180 to 200 milliseconds for the content, and we have about 20 to 40 milliseconds for the footer. So you're seeing if you don't cache the menu, you add an extra 30% to each page request just for rendering nearly the same content. So now you think, okay, we can refactor that. We can use a Fluid template lib object, add the data processor for the menu, and add the cache key pages. So we flush it and store it for, let's say, 180 days. That's a good solution. We have some, we can do that. I tried it out. It reduces it as expected by nearly 100 milliseconds. And we have 1 to 5 milliseconds depending how long it takes to fetch the cache entry. There's always a but. So now that we have the menu stored, it's not that clear when it comes to the cache, what page is actually called first. So it's a random active state in the cache entry. If you use the same cache for the same pages, then you have a random active state. Now, as I told you, if we tag pages, then we have pages on every page as cache tag, which means if you added a single page in the page properties, this one would be flushed. So if you add pages and add it to every page, every edit on a single page would lead to the clear all caches button. So that's not a good solution, I think. So on the other thing, we need this kind of pages tag because adding, removing, and yeah, adding and removing is the problem. Because when you only tag a single record, then and add a new record below it, then this record would never appear in the actually cache entry, so we cannot flush it. That's why we need the pages tag, because new entries also flush pages cache tag. So let's refactor that again. The active state is really easy. We can use a little bit of JavaScript below the header and use the URL to just set the active class on it. So we have a single cache entry. We remove the active state from the HTML. We can also remove it from the data processor to speed it a little bit up. And we can use this snippet. It's blocking, so we don't have visual problems with it. It's short, it's execute fast. And then we have the active state back on the right position. And I asked ChatGPT to quote what is an edge side include. Edge side include is a technique to allow dynamic content to be cached separately, enabling faster loading times and improved performance for personal and dynamic content of the web page. But what does that mean? We have the header and the footer, and we have you can think about this easy this edge side include about like iframes in the back of the time, but it's included on the server. So you put a tag with an URL like this one. You said this is the source. If the source doesn't load, use the alternative, and if the alternative is also not working, then do nothing. So the server who can process the edge side includes fetches the content from the source and replaces this tag with the content of the source. It's like magic. So we can refactor again a little bit. We can move our code to a separate page type. We using pages cache tag again, and then we can go to our fluid template like this one. This is actually copied from the Bootstrap package, and you see the main navigation. We can replace the main navigation with a easy include tag. We also have a package for that. Same like the last one. It's currently only on master, not tagged yet for TYPO3 12. We need to fix some unit tests here. And it will create us the easy include tag with the source and the on error continue, and creating the link to our page type we defined before. Let's take a look at the request flow now. So we have the client. The client is asking our varnish, do you have the page? The varnish said no. Okay, I will ask the TYPO3. The TYPO3 responds with the content with the easy tag in the HTML. The varnish is passing the HTML and founds that easy tag, asking the typo for the actually page type and returning it. And then when the full response is processed, he is returning the full response to the client. The good thing is we don't need to make that again. If a second user is requesting our subpage and we have the same URL, only the subpage responds with the easy tag, and the varnish, the caching proxy, has the the URL from the cache and replace it immediately and respond it to the client. So how would you actually purge the varnish? Because you have some, you've seen that we need to have some URLs. So the default setting for every caching proxy is that you can flush by URL or path segment or regex. It's done by, I think, the Nginx cache, static cache. It's done by CDNs like Cloudflare and CloudFront. Or we did some kind of magic. We implement some the same mechanism as TYPO3. We in every request we added the cache tags as headers. So the varnish can flush also by cache tags. So we are saying if there's a news record with the ID 5 is edited, we can flush that record, and varnish knows all URLs because it has also the cache tags, and we can flush it by cache tags and not by URLs, and you don't need to have a separate cache backend where you store cache tags by URLs or something like that. It's all done in the varnish configuration language for us. We have on the documentation side, there's a Docker container where you can use where we are using in production, and you can also take a look at it. It's all open source. You can look at the VCL. You can adjust it like you want to. But I would highly recommend to use the same mechanism, because otherwise if you flush pages or some bigger things, then you need to make many requests for flushing, and that slows down the editor experience in backend, or you need to build a queue for that. It makes everything way more complicated than just flushing a single cache tag to the varnish. So you can also install this package, which adds the cache headers. It has also a cache compression algorithm in it, because most systems have a fixed header limit of, I think it's not that much, it's 10 KB or something, and if you have a lot of cache tags in there, and you have always the table name and the IDs, and if you have, let's say, 20 to 50 records, it's getting way bigger, and we have a algorithm that is making it more shorter for you. So, as I told, I prepared a demo. No, my trainee prepared a demo for you. And thanks for that, Moritz. Let's take a look. So, this is the demo installation. You can also visit that. You can try to DDoS if you want to, but be careful. I don't want to be responsible for the IPs getting blocked. So let's take a look at the root page. If I refresh that, can you read the network panel, or should I make it a little bit bigger? As you can see here, we have response times with about 90 milliseconds currently, and it's more or less it's transferring data from the server to my laptop. And what happens if we edited something on the root page? You see here we have the menu. We have not that big menu. We have clients with nearly 1,000 pages in the menu. It took 10 seconds to render. And if I edit the features here, and save it, going back, then this one, then this request would be a little bit slower, and the next request is fast again. And we have the change here, and subpages are not that This one is coming from cache, as you can see. And we also have the new menu here. Yes. Any questions for the demonstration? Should I spin up some A/B test? Okay, then. So, what have we learned so far? Use cache tags everywhere. It's highly recommended, so your editing experience is getting way better. Never told your editor to flush the cache with the bad lightning button. Think about different cache areas of your page and use ESI where it makes sense. I would say don't add too many ESIs on your page, because the initial request is making the page really slow because it's done synchronously and not asynchronously from Varnish. So it makes one request after each other. The good thing is Varnish is blocking that request for us. So if two users using the same URL and it's not coming from cache, Varnish is delaying it and makes only one request to the server and waits until this request is finished. So that's the end of my talk. So any questions? Wait for the micro, please.
Yeah. With this approach, one can always only cache the whole page.
Well, what do you mean with whole page?
Well, not different parts of the page and put it together then, or
you can, and you need to make care of your cache lifetimes of individual things on the page. Let's say you have a news extension that is added frequently, but you won't flush it every time. You can use an easy, like Helmut showed yesterday, with loading the content lazy. It's the same thing with an easy, and we can reduce the cache lifetime of this block to, let's say, 60 seconds, and we cache it for 60 seconds then. You can use easies for short and long lifetimes.
okay.
Anyone else?
Does it also work with language overlay?
Yes, it do. Because the data handler is handling that for us. He flushes the correct caches. You mean if you translate a page or something like that, or edit a translation of a page? You have to handle that with the cache tag yourself. Also, you can tag the language overlay, but then you have the problem if you need to decide in the template or somewhere else if you have a translation or have a translation fallback. Because if you have a translation fallback, then you need to tag the page. Because if somebody is translating the page, then we don't flush the translations. We need to flush the page itself.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much for the talk. You mentioned that one downside when caching, when adding the cache tag pages to a menu is that when you edit any page, this cache will be flushed. Is there any workaround to this? Because I can't imagine one, because you need to flush the cache and rebuild the menus every time, because it could be that if you edit a page, you edit the title of a page that is inside the menu. So the only way to optimize this is to know if this page will affect the menu, and that will be complicated, I guess.
Yes, we tried that a lot of times to optimize the cache tags of. We also have the cache tag on our ESI, so we are flushing the ESI also when you edit the page. You can do it with, let's say, root line cache tags to know, okay, is the menu really 5 levels deep or is it 2 levels deep? You can add a custom cache tag and handle it by yourself, but it's very hard to, and for the editor also to, because when you not flushing the cache, the editor calls you and say, okay, I've made this change, but nothing happens there. So I would highly recommend to flush a little bit more than too less, because too less means we get calls and tickets.
And if I'm allowed, I have a small technical question because I don't know it regarding files. Does TYPO3 already add cache tags? Your extension adds the cache tags. Okay, thanks. That's
Yeah, I've hooked the, if you want to know, I've hooked the public generation of a file. Then you have the file there and you can tag it and you can tag the metadata also. And I had a discussion yesterday to bring that feature maybe to the core because everybody needs it, and we found 3 or 4 extensions who also did the same thing. So it would be cool if the core offers a better editor experience by flushing the correct caches.
Maybe I'd like to answer Helmut's first question, and that expands on what you already said. We had this discussion yesterday, and yeah, everyone tries cache tags at some point and brings his own solutions. And regarding the cache flush of menus, this is basically doable with cache tags that describe the query that is used to build the menu. And that is a cache tag that describes which subpages are rendered. Like a cache tag named menu _ PID _3, which is tagged whenever a submenu of ID 3 is rendered. So you can take care of additions, removals, and editing of pages. If you have an additional data handler hook that checks for fields that are edited that influence menu rendering. But this is a very manual and cumbersome process to do, and this is why we somehow need to get this into the core from my perspective. But we have many extensions that do similar things, not the same, and try to solve this problem because all our editors are frustrated when changing things and not getting it updated. Yeah.
Thanks for the explanation. Anyone else?
Hi, it's not a question, but an experience. When I work with varnish, I always need to take care of what is on my page. If there is any uncached plugins or user int or COA int object on these pages, cache headers sent to the varnish will say do not cache the whole page. So you need to take care of what is on your page. If you still want to achieve performance, you need to avoid any user int or uncached X-based plugin, and maybe benefits from ESY includes in order to fetch it in an uncached or asynchronous way. And the other thing is that in the backend, by default, when you edit a page, TYPO3 will flush the cache of the page cache, so you already say that, but it also flushes the cache of the sibling page, the page of the same level on the page tree automatically for you, and also for the parent page and the grandparent page. This is configurable in tsconfig, and maybe this is something that you don't want if you have too many pages on the same level of the page tree, because every time you hit the save button, it kills performance of the website, because too many page cache was flushed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for listening.
All right. Thank you, Sascha, for this talk. Please remember to drop your
Und bitte.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you here. Nice you join my session about public extension maintaining. And I want to give you some recommendations how you can set up your projects for easier maintaining and more fun while maintaining your public extensions. I kindly ask you to understand all things I mentioned in my slides to see as a recommendation from my point of view. And of course, there's no need you have to do it like I do. And you can do things on your own, you can do things completely different. But as I have some kind of experience maintaining public extension for several years now, I think it's a good recommendation, or it's an easy introduction if you just start maintaining public extensions, or you want to offer your own public extensions to the TYPO3 community. So I collect a few things or a few aspects how to deal with your public extension, and I want to give you some insights on how you can do things and what you need to care about, or you should you shouldn't do, as the title says, do's and don'ts. So maybe some pitfalls and stuff like that. So let's start with the basics of your extension. And with the basics, I really mean the basics without coding anything yet. So I would recommend you to start a Git project, obviously, and to publish, or to think about publishing your extension sources in a public Git repository like GitHub and so on. And for the broader communication of your extension, I would recommend to you to use the TYPO3 extension repository to offer an easy search and find of your extension. And of course, to support the composer aspect of TYPO3 and publish your extensions on packages. As I said, for the public Git repositories, there are several opportunities. You can use a public repository on GitHub. You can use on Gitlab or on Bitbucket. Those are the main repository officially available without any hassle. Of course, you can always set up your own instance of Git or stuff like that, where you can put your resources and make them publicly available, but it's not that common, and you have to think about with each new resource you use for your public extensions, you ask the users to register on other services. So in my opinion, the best way to deal with public extension is on GitHub, because everyone has already a GitHub account, and then the work with your extension and dealing with issues or pull requests or feature requests or code aspects is more easily for your users. So for the TYPO3 extension repository, of course, there's the website extensions-typo3.org. And for packages registration, you have the packages.org, where you can deal with the three mentioned supported Git repositories, but also with local or with own instances. But I would recommend to use one of the officially available ones. What you should provide, prevent doing is to have multiple Git resources. I mean, don't deploy to GitHub and GitLab, because that might confuse users where to find the most recent resources, and you always need to care about publishing to all of those resources. So in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to have multiple Git repositories, and I really would not recommend to use local ones, meaning company internal ones and providing the sources on a public channel together. That's really confusing because you don't have the insight which source has which state of the Git repository, and did I already push the tag, or do I need to push the tag to the public ones as well? So we used a local Git resource in an agency where I worked, and it always led to confusions because so it was really hard to see, was it already published to the community or is it just an internal state of the extension? So we decided public extensions do only have a public Git repository. Then I would recommend to not manually upload to the TER, but to couple the TER upload to any, for example, to any tag deployment on your Git repository. You can use the TYPO3 REST API for that. There's a tool called TYPO3 Tailor that you can use when you push a tag to the Git resource that can automatically upload the current state of the extension to the TER repository. At the end of my presentation, I will show you some resources you might want to check out. There you can find those pipelines I'm telling here and now on the slides, so don't worry about it yet, but I have a couple of resources for that as well. And for the packages deployment, I would really recommend one of those three officially public Git repositories, because on packages there are so-called hooks for them, so you don't need to to manually update the packages information on the package information on packages, but those are coupled to push triggers on the Git repositories as well, and enforce an automatic update of the packages information of your package. Furthermore, when you develop your own public extensions, in my point of view, it's always a good thing to ensure multiple compatibilities. With that, I mean, I would always recommend that your extension support as much TYPO3 versions as you can. It means you have less work with your extensions. Obviously, you have some work for the compatibility aspect of the extensions, but you have less work when releasing new features or bug fixes, because you just need to release one version of your extensions, and you don't need to release multiple versions for each specific TYPO3 version of your extension. So that means, in my point of view, that new features or bug fixes reach more users, because it's easier to update for them to a new version of your extension. And as I have dealt with multiple TYPO3 updates in the last couple of months, I really enjoyed it, having an actual extension version in the older TYPO3 version first, and then being able to upgrade to a new TYPO3 version, and it's really eased my update process, having extensions that support multiple TYPO3 versions. So in my point of view, this is a really good way for public extensions that they support multiple TYPO3 versions. And I know a couple of years before there was a recommendation from the TYPO3 project to just have one extension version for one TYPO3 version. But in my point of view, that was never a good thing because of those things. I don't want to maintain multiple extension branches for bug fix that needs to be done in different versions, and I always try to add new features in the current extension version for multiple TYPO3 versions. So just some code how you can do how you can achieve the TYPO3 version to support multiple TYPO3 versions. In Composer JSONs, you can say you support a wide range of TYPO3 core versions, and don't forget to adjust your XDM-conf. I know it's legacy, but it's still validated, and just a couple of days before, I had a ticket in one of my public extensions that I forgot to adjust the TYPO3 XDM-conf version information that led to a wrongly installed version in a non-composer installation. So make sure those are always identical to the versions you want to support. And if you want to support multiple TYPO3 versions at once, you have to deal, or you have to think about the PHP compatibility as well. When we see here, the extension would support 9, 10, and 11. Obviously, we can't support PHP 8. That means we have to deal in this case with PHP 7, and we maybe allow PHP 8, but then we really need to have a look at the PHP code itself. Today, I think it's more easier to say we allow 11 and 12 as a combination of TYPO3 versions in the extensions, and to stick to PHP 8. I know TYPO3 11 is compatible to PHP 7.4 as well, but to make your life easier, and because PHP 7.4 is already a legacy version and not maintained anymore, I think, it's in my point of view, it's safe to stick to 11 and 12 TYPO3 core versions, but to PHP 8 only. So, and while the development of the TYPO3 core goes on, you always have to rethink about your PHP and TYPO3 compatibilities of your public extensions as well. So don't forget about that one, and ensure that the code you write is compatible to the versions you support. So meaning to support multiple TYPO3 version always means to support multiple ways TYPO3 features are developed in the current and in the former state of the version of the core version. So we have to deal with hooks versus event listener. Yesterday we heard not all the hooks, not all the old hooks are converted to events yet. So we have to deal maybe on different places with hooks and event listener at the same time, just to be sure to support both versions of the core. With the introduction or with the release of the TYPO3 12 stable version, the backend module registration changed, and so when your extension registers a known backend module, you need to provide the old and the new way for the backend module registration as well. And when there are code restructuring or method renamings within the core, you have to find good ways to deal with them as well to be able to support multiple versions. And having those concepts or having those issues in mind, I would recommend some best practices for your code. So I always try to prevent code duplication. So I don't want the same code within a hook and within an event listener just with a change of a few lines, because you get the incoming information either from an object or either from the function parameter. So I really try to swap out the logical code into own classes and we use them either from the hook or from the event itself. So I can just say the hook or the event listener gets the information, the necessary information from the source they know, and just have another class as dependency, and the logical code is within this class, and you just put you just give this class the information you need for your logic, and the result is obviously the same, and either the hook or the event listener knows what to do with the result from the logical class. So this is the way I ensure the compatibility between several TYPO3 core versions when I have to deal with different incoming information or incoming resources. And sometimes it's not possible to have those logical classes. So sometimes there are cases where you have to check for a specific TYPO3 core version. So what I try to do is then I really try to prevent to use this version compare statement, but to find out, is the class I need, is it there, or is the method I need to call, is the method known? And otherwise I know, okay, if the method or the class isn't there, I have to go either the legacy way or the new way. So I really try to not bound it to a dedicated TYPO3 version, but to the things changed within those versions. And again, for preventing the version compare statement, I try to swap out the logic, not in an own class, but maybe in an own function. So the code, it's not like spaghetti code, but it's more like, okay, we have a couple of questions to deal with the current TYPO3 version, to find out what we can use or what API do we have to use, and then we have dedicated private functions dealing with either TYPO3 version X or TYPO3 version epsilon. So this is how I deal with the different API within TYPO3 core, within different TYPO3 core versions. It's not easy, but it's for me it was the best way to find out how to deal with the different ways. Then obviously make sure your extensions work, and the best way, at least for me, is to have dedicated tests for the functionality of the extension I publish. And with test I mean usually I provide more functional tests than unit tests. I prefer functional tests a lot more, but of course there are circumstances where unit test would be the easier way, and maybe it's even the only way you want to go, because functional tests are more complicated. And yeah, I really recommend to write tests for public extensions, and I run them automatically with each push to the public Git repository that triggers some kind of pipelines, and the tests run automatically within my given TYPO3 and PHP dependencies. When you define some compatibility, make sure your tests pass all those compatibilities, and don't just rely on it passes in one version and will pass in the other versions then as well. So that eliminates, for example, the different PHP version dependencies, and ensures your code runs with PHP 8.0 and PHP 8.2 the same way as you expect it to run. So as I said, TYPO3 core itself recommended just one version of one version of TYPO3 core for one extension version. The TYPO3 testing framework wasn't compatible to more than one core version, and that was several years, I think maybe 4 or 5 years ago, the reason we started the NEMO testing framework. So it was always on our aim to support multiple core versions and give the extension developer a way to test their code against multiple TYPO3 versions. With the release of TYPO3 12, now the testing framework, the TYPO3 testing framework itself changed a lot over the last couple of years, and we decided to deprecate the NEMO testing framework. So make sure you start new project with the TYPO3 testing framework and or migrate the NEMO testing framework to the TYPO3 testing framework on your own. Sometimes it requires to bound the PHP unit version itself to a specific version, like maybe 8.5 or a minor version of 9, just to be able to ensure the tests run against different TYPO3 core versions. So you may need to find out which specific PHP unit version you need to use. And I had a couple of issues while updating to the TYPO3 testing framework with PHP unit, because over the major versions of PHP units, they changed their function, their functional code, meaning they required new arguments in some methods, or having deprecated functions, or even removed already deprecated functions. And to be able to run the test against multiple TYPO3 core versions, I really needed to find out which version of PHP unit do I have to use to make the code compatible according one PHP unit version, but multiple TYPO3 versions. And as I said, the TYPO3 testing framework changes a bit. They nowadays ensure the compatibility to 2 PHP unit versions as well. So you find the PHP unit version compatible with TYPO3 11 and TYPO3 12, and I guess it will go on the next year, or we have to make sure that those compatibility to PHP unit is always provided as well. Speaking of tests, I just want to recommend some or give you some additional recommendations, because I have the feeling when anyone's hearing you have to test your extension, it's like a bit, oh my God, it's a new thing, I never done it before, and now I can't publish my extension because I don't write any tests. So just keep it simple. In my opinion, there's no need for 100% code coverage. I often even publish new extensions without any test, and just add tests while developing new features, or if I get some issues with the extensions, meaning some bug reports and that things got broken, then I always write a test for that one just to be sure that never breaks again. So some of my extensions really start without any tests at all, not many, but some. And while maintaining the extensions, I often get bug issues or feature requests, and then I start really adding tests and running those tests in my pipelines. And if you think about testing, it really makes your life easier if you just test the code you really written. So meaning dealing with XSpace controller, for example, you don't need to test the controller itself because this controller is already tested with TYPO3 core tests. But you need to test your own logic, meaning test your repositories or test your services you write. But you don't need to test if your variables go to your fluid template. There's no need for that. That's already handled or covered with core tests. So just focus on the code you've written and think about how to test this code and ensure it don't get broken while developing new features. And then we have a special topic about code styles. I know everyone has different thinking about how the code really should look. So I don't give you any recommendations what you have to use or something like that, but I want to say please unify that within one file or within a couple of files with the same extension, the code style is the same. So having multiple HTML fluid templates, please ensure all the templates are stick to one code style. And even the PHP files, of course, please make sure they have the same code style. I don't want to give any recommendation of the code style you have to use, because I know this is some kind of flavor everyone has for his or her own. But I really would like to give you the recommendation, make sure everything is how you want it to be. So use coding standard fixers with your own rules, and make sure you don't break your own rules, or if you accept or get pull requests, make sure that those coding styles are the same as you would like it to be. So there are a couple of projects you can use to ensure those standards you develop for, or you just set up for your own. The most common in the TYPO3 projects are the PHP CS fixer. You can run them locally to change files, and you can run them on your pipelines and without changing anything, but just for the validation and report. Some other kind of like project is the PHP code sniffer. You can define your own rule sets and make either the validation or the fixing. And for pipelines, I like to use the style CI service, because I just get a really fast feedback. I have some kind of visibility backend. I can see what's wrong with the code, and I don't need to deal with CLI output. And I can run it besides the pipeline tests, so I don't need to wait to a pipeline to be finished just to see if the style of my files are the way I expect them to be. And if you don't want to use any of those tools, what I don't know, not want to recommend, but there are manual ways, even in PHP Storm, to ensure your files look the same way for each file you have to commit. So I usually, before I commit any file, I usually just refactor the code style within PHP Storm itself, just to be 100% sure everything is like I want it to be. So sometimes I forget to remove unused namespaces, and so with PHP Storm I can ensure that unused namespaces are removed automatically, and so I don't need to run any fixer at all. So I don't have any don'ts at this point. Just the don'ts, just to say it one more, don't mix anything within the same file. So it's so annoying having projects where I open a fluid template and have tabs versus spaces, and I don't know what should my new code look like. So do we want to use tabs within this file, or do we want to use spaces within this file? And even in the code review or in the code editor, like PHP Storm, it looks kind of weird because the spacing is just broken, and I hate it. A good starting point, if you never heard about those fixtures, the TYPO3 core version of course uses the PHP CS fixture itself. And if you don't want to invent new rules, you can just copy those rules file from the core within your own extension, and just run the fixture, and everything will look like core-like. So maybe that's a good starting point if you have never dealt with any fixture at all, or if your company hasn't any rules how the code should look like. And the last thing I want to talk about is about code quality and how you can increase your own code quality for your public extensions. So I would recommend to use automatic code analyzations. I will explain a little bit on the next slides. That means you find bugs in your code without actually running your code. This means you don't need to write any tests, just run those code analyzation to find out the most common bugs you introduced within your code. And then those tools give you some kind of information about your code. For example, I used to run SonarCube. I'm not sure if anyone ever heard before of it, but it calculated some kind of complexity of my code, meaning if I have a couple of if statements within, so if then do this, and within this part I have multiple other if statements at the same level, or even in the tree level, that increases my code complexity, and it's really difficult to understand what is this code about. So what does it actually do in certain circumstances? So reading about code complexity really changed the way I look at code and how I nowadays try to write code. Just keep in mind every if within another if statement increases the code complexity and makes it harder for you or for anyone else understanding the code and maintaining the code. So that was for me a really good insight a couple of years before. And dealing with TYPO3 updates or new TYPO3 versions, I really recommend to use automatic code migration that makes sure you just use standard code that is recommended, for example, by the TYPO3 core itself. So it really helps you. It makes your work a lot easier because you don't have to do it manually, and you ensure you just have code like it's recommended it to be. And the tools you can use, or I would recommend to use, is for the static code analyzation is PHP Stan. As I said, that code analyzation reads your PHP code and breaks it down into a different kind of tree and analyzes, for example, the parameter of a function. So when you start programming, you have to you really say what kind of type do I expect for a parameter in my function. And the code analyzation is able to just track or to analyze your code and track is a given parameter in the format like object or a string or array like the function expects it to be, and it gives you some warnings or some errors if there might be multiple types of the given variable, but just one type for the function is valid. So you can see without testing that your code maybe fail in some kind of in some circumstances. For example, one of the more known things is when you're dealing with databases and you expect an array coming back from the database, but your query fails and it just returns the Boolean false, then the code dealing with the array would fail because there isn't any array and any entries inside the array, and you can't deal with a Boolean and expect it to be an array, obviously. So, yeah, as I said, I used to use SonarQube for my extension analyzation as well, because it just has, it's not a static code analyzation as PHP-Stan is, but has some different insights of your extension. So you get some impression about code coverage if you turn it on, or as I said, about your code complexibility. It's calculated in some magical way, but for me it was really a new impression and new insights, how to see code, not as a developer, but maybe as a not a user, but maybe as another developer maintaining those new code. And as I said, when dealing with multiple core versions, obviously you need to maintain new versions as well. And I really recommend not to manually upgrade everything, but to use Vector and Vector for PHP, because those projects are maintained very well by others. And the TYPO3, the vector for TYPO3 is maintained, I think, bundled to the core contribution as well, and just having the right rules set for changes the core made itself. So you just run a command line, and Vector analyzes your PHP code and has different rules where to validate your code against, and when something is found, the rules also say how the old code needs to be changed to reflect the new core APIs. And it's not only validated for TYPO3 core versions, but for PHP upgrades and versions as well. So I used the vector as well for my PHP 7.4 to 8 compatibility upgrades. And there are less known projects for static code analyzations. I just want to let you know there are other projects as well. As PHP mess detector is a kind of PHP-Stan. I think it's PHP-Stan with some additional opportunities for the code analyzation, and there's a project Psalm dealing with static code analyzation as well. When dealing or when using those tools, those analyzation tools, I really would recommend to not blindly commit modified code, but to really look what changed, and is it necessary that the cell, or is it breaking my backward compatibility, and I need to insert some kind of other layer, and to understand why this code was changed. So I already use it like it's a recommendation of the, for example, of the vector, or for example of the PHP-Stan tool, but I need to recheck my code. Was it changed the way I expected it to be changed, or would I manually change it in another way just for better maintaining? And if you never dealt with those tools before, I really would recommend just to include one step by step, because if you include multiple at once, you have too many code changes and you don't know why or where they came from. So just go step by step, no need to hurry, and yeah, it's better one than nothing. So, okay. This was my presentation about my recommendations how to deal with public extensions, and now feel free to ask questions.
Thanks for your talk. I have a question about a case where I can't maintain multiple TYPO3 versions in one release. So do you have recommendations or tips for example, handling the branches and tagging the publicly available versions for backwards compatibility?
Yeah, I always have a main branch on my repository, obviously, and as soon as I need to change the TYPO3 compatibility to newer versions or to different versions, I start branching my main branch, and I usually have a major version.x branch for the elder ones. And this means I can easily fix bugs in the current version if they appear there, and I try to cherry pick those bug fixes to the other versions, and then I can tag the older versions in their own branches and release them in those version numbers. So obviously, of course, there are critical bug fixes you may want to cherry pick to the former versions as well, kind of security tickets, security issues, or important stuff you need to fix. So this is my handling. I always set up an old X branch for the other ones, and the current versions is in the main branch.
Do you have any recommendations about structuring the documentation of your public extensions, or do you use the REST format, or do you document on Git?
I usually don't use the REST documentation just because I'm too lazy to write documentations. Normally in my extensions I try to handle everything in the README MD and just have different parts for code examples, or just telling what the extension needs to do. Usually I try to keep the complexity of the extensions I write for others as low as possible, so there's hopefully not that much I need to explain. It's more or less like you need to install it either via Composer or the extension manager, and if there are any settings, I just give some code examples, or just say you can find the resources you need to change here and there. But I'm kind of lazy writing documentation, so I try to keep that simple as well. So I offer some documentation, and everyone can feel free to submit pull requests if there's any information missing in those files. But normally I don't have those complex documentations for my extensions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Just before I forgot it, because I told you I have some resources for you where you can check like things like pipelines I do. Within my GitHub account, I have a skeleton extension. Jetzt. Okay. Der will so. can't find the monitor anymore. Okay, I think I will add it in my slides, just that you heard it before. I have a skeleton extension in my GitHub repository that I use as a base for new extensions, where those pipelines I use Travis are already set up, and I just need to adjust the TYPO3 and PHP versions, but the logical code is shared over all my extensions, and so this is a good start if you want to have a look just what you can run, what you can do, and you can find how I deploy the extensions to the TYPO3 tier within those files, and like things like my rule sets and stuff like that. So you can take this or any other public extension I maintain. So they all share the same basic configuration for pipelines and styles and stuff like that. So just to get a starting point or an impression what you can do.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. There is going to be a 30-minute break now where you can get some coffee and probably some cake or some snacks, whatever. Don't miss out on the yoga session with Felix in the pavilion, which is right now, which is over there. Please remember to drop your voting cards into the wonderful urn at the door, and we'll
bitte.
Good morning and welcome everyone to my talk at the TYPO3 Developer Days about learnings from 20 years of TYPO3 hosting. I started building websites in the mid-90s, so when the internet was really in the very young and infant state. And then at the beginning of the next century, I read an article in a magazine that CMS is the future of building websites. So when I thought, well, if this is the future, then I have to learn about CMS and try using those. And I tried out a couple of different CMSs, and then I landed with TYPO3. And TYPO3, at that time, it was version 3.2. And I tried it out. And at the beginning, I was pretty much frustrated. But now, 20 years later, I'm still here, so the frustration has gone away somehow, and I fell in love with TYPO3. I have digged out a version of my website from the Internet Archive from November 2002. And then I saw in the menu on the left side, even then we already had a TYPO3 user group in Stuttgart, which is still alive. And so since over 20 years we are doing that. And then I wrote a little bit about my experiences with running a TYPO3 website. And the frustration came when I found out that on the web space I had at the company then, it wasn't suitable to run TYPO3. So I was considering, well, do you use a shared hosting or do you use a managed server or whatsoever? And I found out that at that time it was not possible to run TYPO3 on a shared server. So I rented a managed server and I set up TYPO3, and then I set it up a second time and I got it running. And when I did it a second time, I wrote down all the steps you need, how to set up TYPO3 running on a server, and I published this on the internet. And well, this was downloaded so many times, and then I translated it into English, and well, you can still find that installation instruction on the Internet Archive. Now, if we fast forward 20 years later, I'm still doing TYPO3 hosting. I still love it. And in case you need to run a website on TYPO3 and you need to run a server running TYPO3, I would like to give you some tips and share some experiences we had over the years in running those servers, what you can do, what you should not do, and so on. One of the really important things is you want to take care about performance. First of all, performance is good for the user experience because people are impatient. If a website loads longer than a few seconds, people go away to another website. Secondly, the better the performance is, the lower the load on the web server is. So in order to reduce the load, performance is also a critical factor. There are basically two rules that always apply. More RAM is better. So if you have to consider, for example, well, I have a certain budget for my server, and the option is, well, do I take a faster CPU or I double my RAM? Double the RAM. That has more effect on running the server. And all the excess RAM that you have, so all the RAM that it's not currently used for the system, is automatically used by Linux for caching files. So the more RAM you have, the better. And also we have passed the days where you're using, let's say, old slow hard drives to run servers. So right now, the NVMe SSD, that's your best friend because these are really blazingly fast SSD storage. And so it's really very nice to work with that. Let's talk about a little bit about the server processes. What happens if someone goes to a browser and he enters the address of your website? So the browser is sending a request to the server, please give me this and that URL, and the server is starting to process that request. So it will start a PHP process, and that will process your TYPO3 code, and that process will run for a specific time, and it will use a certain amount of RAM. Typically, a TYPO3 site, you can expect it to use 50, maybe 60 megabytes of RAM, which would be a standard value. Then the server sends the HTML code that has been generated, sends it to the browser, and then the server is ready for the next request. So you see here the red line at the bottom, that's the process you have started. And to make the server more efficient, the process is not killed once it has delivered the website. It's still staying active for some time. Maybe there will be a second request. And so here in the middle, I have a second request, which runs a little bit longer, which uses a little bit more RAM, but it's still saved by the same PHP process that is already running on the server. So this is a very simplified version on how a server is processing those requests. Now, what happens if the second request comes while the first one is still running? Okay, in this case, the server is starting another process. So you have two processes running. The first process is working on the first request. The second process is working on the second request. And then after some time, if there are no more other processes, those processes will disappear again. So this is how it looks in theory. I have a couple of screenshots how this looks in reality. So because on a heavily loaded website, you have many more requests coming in. So on the lower right side, you see the number of processes, and you can see here that typically they are running something like 2 or 3 processes at the same time, and then suddenly there's a spike in processes, so a few people called the website within the same time, basically. And you can see the CPU goes up, the CPU load, the memory usage goes up, and so that then the processes, the requests are being processed, and then everything is back to normal again. There are some more drastic examples. Depending on how many requests you have at the same time, you see, well, you need more CPU, you need more RAM, and here's still another one. And here you can see there have been something like 103 concurrent requests to the website, and the amount of CPU power and the amount of RAM you need goes significantly up. And when you set up a server, you have to decide, okay, how much RAM do I need? How much CPU power do I need? How many requests do I expect on my website? And if you have some statistics about the website, you can have a look and see, well, the number of page requests depends very much on the time of day. While in the early morning hours, the number of requests is relatively low, that's a good time to make your backups, because also the backups will need CPU power. But you can see here that around the middle of the day, you have the highest number of requests. And so you should calculate with that and say, okay, depending on the number of requests and depending on the RAM each request needs, I can scale my server to this and that load. But there are always some special events. The customer is doing a newsletter, sending out a newsletter. He's doing some advertising, especially if he is doing some advertising or he's in a show on TV. And whenever you have seen a TV show like the Shark Tank or something like that, when in the show, they mention the URL of a website, then you don't have to go to your browser and try to call the website, because the website will be down, because millions of people typically then enter the URL, and it will take down almost all kinds of servers, except you made some preparations. For example, this is a website we are running. This is for an event that takes place in Berlin every year, and there are over 1 million visitors just on these 3 days of the event. And the few days before the event and during the event itself, the traffic on the website is very high, and the rest of the year there's nothing. So why should you buy that huge server or farm of servers that can process this load for just those couple of days, and the rest of the year the servers are dormant? And there are solutions to solve this. For example, for this customer who is not even using a server, he is just using a shared hosting package, we are setting up a content delivery network to actually offload most of the requests to the CDN, and then it's no problem to serve that many requests. But you have always planned this ahead. You need to set up a CDN, you need to test the configuration and so on. Sometimes people don't plan it in advance, and they found out, oh, now I have traffic on my website and the server is slow or is not responding or whatsoever, and then, well, you still need some time to set up this CDN, and yeah. So it's better to plan ahead for such events. Now the challenge for you as a TYPO3 developer is to minimize the execution time, so to free up the processes for more requests, to minimize the RAM usage, so how much RAM does your PHP script use, to optimize things like database access. How is your database structured? Have you tested for any bottlenecks in the database and so on? And I will show you some tools that you can use to actually optimize this. So the first tool is the admin panel that is built into TYPO3. So the admin panel, it will tell you what is the load time of the page when it is uncached, and that's important that you are using this on an uncached page so that you are not using a cached TYPOScript template, but the TYPOScript template is being rendered. And the admin tool in TYPO3 also gives you information about the peak memory you are using with that script. So you have an idea, okay, in this case we have 61 megabytes. That depends on the complexity of the website, how many data you're loading from the database, what are your scripts doing, what are your extensions doing, and so on. And so you have here some setting where you can disable the cache, and you can say, okay, what do I want to display in the admin panel? And then also in the tree view, you get a detailed listing of the rendering process, or all the processes that are running when the website is being generated. So what is that piece of TYPOScript doing? How long does it take? And you can see then, are there any bottlenecks? So typically those times are a few milliseconds, but if you have something like one step of the TYPOScript processing takes half a second or a second or so, then you could look at this and find out what's going on there. Are you rendering a very complex menu for navigation or whatsoever? So you can find this out with the admin panel, which is part of TYPO3. Another good way to look at problems you might have with a website is an extension which is called MySQL report. So that's available in the TER, and with MySQL report you install the extension and then you let it run collecting some data. So it will actually hook into the database calls, and it will time all the requests you are sending to the database, and then it will give you back some statistics on how you're performing. And you have, right now there are 10 tests which are built in, and you can select, okay, which of the tests do I want to perform, which kind of information do I need. And then you get a listing, for example, you can analyze this. You see, okay, how many select requests do you have? How many insert requests do you have? How long do they take? So you've got the timing down to the microsecond. So you can see, okay, here I'm losing a significant portion of my time. And then you can decide, okay, do I go ahead, and you can select, you can analyze each of the requests. Do I need to optimize the indexes for my database table? Maybe there is something set up incorrectly. Am I fetching all of the data from a table, all the records, or when I'm only going to process 20 records to display them on the websites, you don't need to load all the 1,000 records from the database. So you can, by limiting the request to the database, you can save a lot of time. So then you also get some nice statistics in graphical view. So that's a really nice extension to track down bottlenecks in your TYPO3 installation. One of the problem areas we found out is if you have a multi-site project that is using Solar Search. Because for a multi-site project, when you're using Solar and you store, an editor stores a new record, a new content record, then the TSFE for each of those root sites is being created, and each of those TSFE instances needs about 2 megabytes of RAM. That's not a problem if you have something like 10 sites in your TYPO3 project, but what if you have hundreds of sites? And here's one example of a website. They have about 350 root pages within one installation. Those root pages, or those pages are all relatively similar, but 350 domains, 350 root pages, and 350 times different content on those. And then you suddenly find out, okay, now it takes, when an editor saves a record, this not only consumes a lot of memory on the server, but it takes 10 seconds. And that's very frustrating for the editor. So for this, Stefan has developed another extension, the JW Tools extension, and this can help you with that installation. That's basically a toolbox. It's a collection of quite a few tools that we have developed over time for the need of different projects. And one of them is an option or a different method on handling those Solar indexes, that you don't need to create those TSFE for each root page and so on. And here you can actually handle hundreds of root sites with Solar and still have the performance you desire. So for large installations, this may be a very handy tool. Also, in order to improve the speed of a TYPO3 site, it's to choose the right caching framework. So the default caching framework, so TYPO3 comes with, I think, seven different caching frameworks. I've listed just a few of them. The default caching framework is the database backend, which means when TYPO3 is caching pages, it's storing those cached pages in the database. But there are other options available. For example, you can have a memcached backend, a Redis backend, but these require additional servers or services in order to cache the data. Then there's also a file backend. And with today's very fast SSD storage, it might be faster to store the cached pages in the file system rather than in the database. So, but there's no, which cache framework should I use? The typical answer is it depends, because it really depends on how your system is set up. And actually, the best way is to try out the different frameworks and then do some timing and find out which of those frameworks offers the best performance. There's also one which is called a simple file backend, and depending on the site you have, this might be the worst solution. So for some, there is something in, because it doesn't support tags for the caching, and actually when you have thousands of files, of cached files, it takes a very long time to search for whether you have the right file for this cached information. So it's really, you can also, sometimes you can say, okay, the file backend is the fastest, but maybe the simple file backend is the slowest. So try it out. And when you run a server for publicly facing websites, security is really one very important topic. What you as an end user typically don't see, but as what you see as an administrator of a server, your websites are under constant attack from people or automated scripters. And there are some bot networks that do nothing else as crawling the internet to find some vulnerable pages or server configurations and so on. So like this is the data from 1 month from one server, and there were 14,000 events trying to hack into that server. So the question is, okay, how can you do something against this, and how can you block this? And those attacks are coming from all over the world. And typically what you have on the server, you have a firewall, and the firewall blocks access based on the IP address and the port of the request. And then when the request passes the firewall, then it goes to the web server, and the web server does something with that request. One possibility to add an additional layer or an additional filter is to use a web application firewall. So the web application firewall actually analyzes each request that is coming in, passes the first firewall, and then it's looking at that request, what exactly is being called here, and may this be harmful or not, and should I let this through or not? And I have some examples. There are log files generated. These are the mod security log files, and so there are thousands of rules that are defined in a web application firewall. And here, for example, there is one request, and this is a known vulnerability in the PrestaShop software. And what happens here is the web application firewall analyzes this request, and then it actually blocks it, so it doesn't go through. Or here, another one, there is SQL injection vulnerability in a CMS, and also here, this request is being blocked. Now, this is actually because you have to analyze each and every request that is coming in. You have to make a judgment between performance and security, because processing all those requests before they reach the server also takes up some CPU resources. Now, after that, and we have on a single server, this generates, I don't know, gigabytes of logs every day. You can look into the logs to see what's going on, but there's also some graphical user interface, and you can see here, okay, what happens to the server and which of the requests have been blocked and which have been let through. And also, what is a very nice tool, and I will give you a list of the tools later, a malware scanner. So even if some request got through the firewall, because the firewall depends on some rules which are updated automatically, but if there's no rule for a specific attack, then this attack may go through. So it's a good idea to have a vulnerability or malware scanner that looks for some malware in files. So if an attacker has access to a file and he puts some piece of malicious code into the file, then you should be able to detect this. And there are some tools, like the tool we are using here. This one also disinfects those files that have been, where it has been found some malicious code. So the code is automatically being cleaned up. And if that's not possible, it restores the original file automatically from a backup. So there's only a very, very small chance that you can get any malware into the server. And another thing is to always keep your software up to date. And we're using a piece of software what, for example, automatically patches the kernel without the need to reboot the server. So while the server is running, the kernel is automatically being patched for any vulnerabilities. Now, one thing, if you run a server to host a website, may it be just one website at a university or hundreds or thousands of websites in a data center, one important thing is reliability. You want to make sure that the website is almost accessible every time, 24/7, 365 days a year. In order for this to work, you have to have some monitoring, because you don't want to be locked into the shell all day and look at the top screen to find out what is the CPU utilization, how much RAM you have available, and so on. So you should have some logging and monitoring tool that also sends you an alert if something goes wrong or if some limits are exceeded and so on. And in order to do, if you have a problem with a server, in order to do a post-mortem analysis or to find out what happened, what caused the problem at the server, you should have a way to store the data from some time that you can do a post-mortem analysis. It's not like, for example, if you have a problem that a server is rebooting every few hours, then you should be able to see, well, what happens before the reboot? What is going wrong? Which limits are being exceeded, and so on. So you should store the data for some time, and so that you have all these parameters available for a post-analysis. So this is just one monitoring tool. This is another monitoring tool that can be used to log all the parameters you have on the server. And then one of the important things is backup. You should always back up your website. And we, for example, we do a triple backup. So if something goes wrong, we still have a second level and even a third level of backup. And if you remember, for about 2 years ago, there has been a big fire in a data center in Strasbourg, which took millions of website downs. And well, people said, well, I have a backup on my server. Yeah, but the backup was also eliminated by the fire. So what we are, for example, doing is that 2 of the 3 backups, they are spread out redundantly over multiple data centers, which are several kilometers apart from each other. So that if something happens at one data center, we could still recover the data. It may take a few hours, but we still have the data. And you should always have the option to say, well, I'm going to make an off-site backup of my data. For example, when you create a backup of your data, that you say, well, I don't store this on the server, on the web server, but I can also offload this to any remote server, or I do an rsync to a second server that I have somewhere else, and so on. You just have to make sure that you have the data available. And when running a web server, in many cases you're also asked, well, to run some mail service for a domain. If you can avoid that, avoid it. Actually, I would guess that, I mean, while we are hosting TYPO3 websites, I would guess that half of the support requests we get are about email. Like, since email is really a critical component, so like if a website goes down, okay, if you need 1 or 2 hours to restore the website, that's still okay. If mail goes down, then you have a real problem, because mail is so critical, although email per se doesn't have a guaranteed delivery time. It can take a week until a mail arrives at the receiver. But people are used to that. The mail typically arrives within a few seconds, and they expect this. So there are so many requests that, well, I have set up a new computer and now I have a new email client, and how do I set up that my mail is working again? And there are so many components of the mail protocol, like how do you access the mail? Then you need SPF records, DMARC. How do you communicate with a server using the extended hello command, and so on. So that's really a mess handling all this. And then some people say, well, I want to send out a newsletter, 20,000 recipients, and I want to send this out through my website. Yes, you can do that, but you have to know how to set it up and how to do that. And then you have also spam emails. I mean, what you would like to have in your inbox is just the emails that you want to have. But from time to time, they are getting some spam mails through. And so you need to have some tool that does some spam filtering. And here, for example, this is one tool we are using. This is an RSpamD cluster, which analyzes each mail for several parameters and then builds up a score. And depending on the score, it's either accepting the mail, or it's gray listing the mail, or it's rejecting the mail. And then you can see also there are some days where you have really spam waves. So like the number of spam messages coming in is really much higher than on usual days. So here you have some statistics from our spam filter, but it really depends also on the type of customer you have and what they are doing on the internet. So to see how high is the percentage of suspicious emails. Now, in order, when you want to reliably send out emails, there's a new option in the TYPO3 install tool, which was introduced in version 11 of TYPO3. And basically what you should try to avoid is to send the hello command, which is actually the first command you send to a mail server if you want to send mail. In order to establish a connection, you say hello to my mail server, and you have to identify yourself. And this identification, according to the RFC 2821, which is for email services, it says, well, the hello command should contain the domain name, and it should not contain 127.0.0.1. But what the Symfony mailer does, that is used in TYPO3, the Symfony mailer first sets the hello command to 127.0.0.1. And if you don't overwrite this, this will be used, and always have been used, this will be used in order to make a connection to the mail server. And there's a new option which is available in the TYPO3 install tool, where you can specify the transport SMTP domain. And here you should enter your domain name. And that IP address of the domain name should resolve back to the server that is sending the mail. And then you are minimizing the risk that your mails are being considered as spam. And unfortunately, there are some mail providers, when they say, well, from this mail server, a relatively high percentage of emails are coming with the wrong hello command. Probably that server is sending out spam and we are putting it on a blacklist. So Also, try to avoid becoming blacklisted, because this is also really a pain in order to get removed from the blacklists. And for some blacklists, this is even not possible. So in TYPO3 and in some other CMSs, you can actually set the domain for the hello command, and then you should do that. Yeah, one other thing is, as a TYPO3 developer, you want always to use the latest and greatest software. So of course you are using all PHP 8.2. And well, yesterday in that one session, we talked about PHP 8.3, which is even not yet released. But what is, as a developer, you want to use the latest, but as a hoster of websites, you have to face the reality. And I got some statistics which I updated this morning. So they are from today. So the most used PHP version is version 7. And 4 times the websites are using PHP 7 rather than PHP 8. And they are still 1/5 of all websites are running on PHP 5. Now, how do you solve this? How do you provide support and security for a PHP version that is no longer maintained? So PHP 7 reached end of life, I think, at the end of last year. So there are no updates anymore. But fortunately, there are services where you can still get updates for old PHP versions. And for example, here you can see this is a changelog for PHP 5.66, which has been end of life many, many years ago. And there have been a number of fixes already in this year, and there are still people maintaining these old PHP releases and backporting current security remedies back to the old version. So yes, you should try to use the newest PHP version available, but if you have to use an older version, because you might need to support an older version of TYPO3, it's good to know that you can still use these old PHP versions that still get security updates. Also, if you want to do some hosting for TYPO3 or any other CMS, it's a very good idea if you can select the PHP version for each domain or subdomain. Let's say you have a project running on your server and it's using PHP 7.3. And now you want to update the software, and the new software requires PHP 8. But, well, how do you update, or how do you have 2 different versions on the CMS running on the same server that require different PHP versions? So on some servers, you can only select one PHP version, and then that's valid for the whole server. On some other instances, you can actually, for each domain or subdomain on a server, you can select different PHP versions, which makes this upgrade much easier and painless. Also, you could easily change the PHP version, see whether it's working, and if not, you just change it back, and a few seconds later, you have the old system again. So here are some of the tools we are using and where we have made good experience in running servers for TYPO3. Cloud Linux as an operating system, which is basically based on Red Hat, the enterprise Linux system, but it's optimized for hosting environments. And as part of the Cloud Linux, you also get the hardened PHP. You get the Immunify web application firewall, you get the kernel care. So this supplier of a Linux distribution really helps you for peace of mind that you can sleep well, and most of those issues with the servers are corrected automatically. So updates and patches are installed automatically, the kernel is updated, the firewall rules are automatically updated, and so on. And for testing and monitoring systems, we have developed some tools on our own, but we are also using CheckMK, which is an open source monitoring framework. We are using TestTomato, which is a service by a Czech company to monitor availability of servers and websites. We use MX Toolbox, which is really, it's a Swiss Army knife for handling any issues that you have with mails. Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? So if not, or the questions are coming later, please feel free to talk to our team. We are here until tomorrow evening, and you can find us by those big letters on the back of our t-shirts. Thank you very much.
Und bitte.
Hi. Yeah, like that. Hi, welcome to my talk. Same room, same time, different day. Welcome to my talk, Enhance Your TCA, how to write your own render types. Again, a bit about me, if somebody still don't know. My name is Berger. I'm head of engineering at 2007 in Stuttgart, which is a label of the B-Factor GmbH and part of the Code 711 network. I started as a Unix system administrator, and I do TYPO3 almost exclusively since like 2005. What are render types? Good question. Let's take it from the TYPO3 docs, because it's documented there. Nice. Render types determine how the field is displayed and interacted with in the TYPO3 backend. We are talking about editing records, TT-con, and stuff like that. Allowing for specialized rendering and user interaction. Custom render types provide a tailored experience for editing records via the aforementioned. That's the definition of a render type, according to the TYPO3 docs. So, where can I use render types? I can use it to change the field itself, the input field, basically. I can, for example, with the select TCA type, I could just exchange it into something different. I could rewrite it. I can put fill the field information part with a render type. That's the space between the name of the field, like title, header, and the field itself. In this space in between, I can put information, I can put functionality. Or I can change the input method, like I have the input date time in TYPO311. Basically, I could type in the date, but if I click it, it will open a date picker, a little calendar, and I can pick the date. That can be done with a render type as well. TCA type and render type are something different. So if you talk about input, text, select, datetime, link, slug, whatever, whatever it is, they define how the value is stored, basically. It's a scalar, it's a string, it's an integer, it's a reference, it's a relation, whatever it is. That's the type, basically. And the render type modifies how this field is displayed to the editor or to the backend user. Some TCA types, like select or link or datetime, they have a certain way how to render the field, how the field is presented by themselves, but I could use a render type to modify that or to replace that. This is an example of a render type, like probably everybody of you used it before or have used it. This is the type check. And the render type is checkbox toggle. So it's not like a little checkbox, but this slider thingy, the slider widget, that's the render type here. Just as a side note, somebody knows what the database type for what the value of check is? Boolean? Integer? Hates for Boolean? Oh, nobody doesn't know. It's integer. An integer, actually, it's bit encoded. So the first option has the value 1, the second option has the value 2. If I check both, the value will be 3, bit encoded. So, creating a render type for our little project. I will introduce that little project now. So I need a little premise, of course. I have a customer who wants to display some, or who wants to offer on his website some classifieds. Somebody can offer their bike or computer or whatever and upload an image with it. So, buy my computer, buy my great computer. Let's meet behind the dumpster later. It's all legit. Of course it is. And we're going to add a little computer image and save. Of course, editor or moderator should review that, and then put it online. That's the idea, of course. So we can now edit that with a new record. And that's not what I wanted. What was it with the cache? That's if you don't when you try your talk and don't reset everything. Let's see. TYPO3 cache flush. As long as it's flushing my stuff, then we will see it. The customer has this little premonition that he doesn't want the image to be stored in file admin. Essentially, he wants when the record is deleted, the image should be gone as well, automatically. It shouldn't be accessible as an external URL or anything. So what we are doing is we store the image, not here. Maybe I should read the... No, such a... Ah, yeah, right. That will help. The image should be stored in a database. So what this script does, or the uploader does, it will create, it will use a file converter or a property converter, which will read the uploaded image and encode it into a data URI with base64 encoded and store it to the database. That's what happens here. So now, if the record is deleted, the image will be gone, and there's no file on the system which could be downloaded or anything. That's the idea behind it. This has, of course, a little drawback. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. Nothing resetted, that's the problem. I am terribly sorry. Now we're ready to go. This has the drawback, of course, that there's a gigantic field in the backend which has the image base64 encoded. The editor can't actually review it. He would have to put it, make it visible, and then it will, of course, show in the front end as well as soon as it's visible. So that's the premise of our project. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a render type for that field, for that image field. And this is how a render type in its base form looks like. It extends from abstract form element and has some default set. That's the initial result array will give you a template result set, which looks like this. It's a bit condensed. There are actually more entries, but I condensed it to those which I thought are most useful. You can add their JavaScript modules or required JS modules depending on the TYPO3 version, some style sheet files, some extra data, label files, and most important, HTML. So what I'm producing here is plain HTML, which I will send back or which I give to the form engine, which will then insert my HTML instead of the field. Additional to that, we have to register the render type. This is done in the TYPO3 conf in the form engine, node registry, some ID, and I will give it the node name base64 image. It has a priority. That means I can overload existing render types as well. If I feel my select render type is better than yours, I can overload it. And of course, I give the class in which I implemented the render type. And this is the render type definition I add. So the node name becomes this render type. Let's try this. Let me copy that part. Let's take that part. Okay. Classes, new directory, backend. The namespace is not really defined, but usually you will find render types either in the backend TCA or backend TCA nodes. PHP class. How did I call it? Or how do I want to call it? Base64 element. And I add my render function. Like this. And I have to register it. In here. And add my render type to my TCA configuration here in my TCA file. Just to make sure. Now I can check my backend. As soon as the cache is flushed. Nice thing is, after that I can just change the render type. I don't have to care about the cache. Once it's running. One second. No errors. Come on. It's finished. No, I don't have a debugger. That's the risk when you do live coding. Just a second. Sorry, that's Why don't you like me anymore? Okay. Dee. Dum dum dum. Boom boom. Okay. Someone doesn't like me anymore. Okay. Well, the idea is, maybe we'll see something later. The idea is it will now, in exchange of the, instead of the text area, it will now display this hello world. That's the base idea. And here I would now remove that and add some code which will render my my HTML or my new field. I'll enter that here. What that parameter area does, I'll come to that as well. So I add a hidden field with the value and the form element name and item ID from the parameter array. In this parameter, in this value, in this variable, there is the complete name, form name for this field stored, like TYPO3 needs it to actually save the content. The idea as well is could be used for JavaScript, and the value, of course, is the content value. Then I will add to my HTML, I decide to have a figure around it, and if in my item form element value, if in the value, if it starts with data colon, which is a data URI, then I will create an image with that content and give it to the, print it to the HTML. If not, I will just say there's no image available. It's not necessary to have the image available. Close the figure and add some styling to fit that image in that part. Implode my array with new lines, so I have a string, and give it to the HTML and return it to the result. Okay. You could have told me that earlier. Hopefully we will see that now. So. For some reason, the buildup of the dependency injection is sometimes very slow on my computer. Ah, that's what I like. And magic happens. Nothing happened. Let's check what we did here. I have my TCA. I added it here. I registered it here. So now it is hopefully only a matter of caching. And I have my image in the backend. Yay! Thank you. Live debugging. How to debug your talk. Okay. Okay, it is parameter area I showed earlier, and other data the abstract node, abstract form element will give you. are the form element name, the form element ID, the form element value, of course. You have the table name, which in which context you're running. You get the database row, the complete row you're running in. You have a vanilla UID. You have to be careful. You have to check the command if you're in edit mode or new mode. Based on that, it will be a real ID or not. New, it's not a real ID. You get the parent page. Could be interesting if you are running in a site context. You get the site object. You have the complete user TypoScript, the complete page TypoScript, and so on available. There's a lot of more information in there you can use, which the system provides you in that case. So how about we give more information to the editor? Right now, yeah, there is something here. It's online. Maybe we can give a bit more information. For that, I will create another render type. I call it info sheet. We'll register it again, and I will add it as a type none. That means this is not a field that's stored in a database, and it doesn't have a real value. But I can put my render type in there and render it to that position I define it. So let's try this. So I will go over what I do here in a second. I will add this part, to my TCA. Like a normal field, I already have it there. Forgot to clean up. Global information with the render type info sheet. I'll add the global information just before the hidden field. And I will register it to my local conf. Flush the cache. And I will go over what I plan to do here. I'll initialize my result array. That's the standard procedure. I give some HTML code, panel default. I want to build a table which is striped and hovers, has a hover interaction. So I have a row template where I will put in my values. And then I will add the database row CR date as a date, so I know when it was created. If I'm edit mode, I will check this history. I will load the latest entry for this record from this table, from this history. Just one, last change. If I get something, I will print out last change. Yes, I'm aware I would have that value as well, in the database record as well. But I want to know which user changed it before. So I'll check back, I will get the user record for the history row user ID and print out that the last change was by real name, username. Close in the div, close in the table, concatenate it to upload it to HTML, and give back the result. And then I have this info sheet for my editor where I can see it was created at 1335, modified, put online presumably by Berger at 1338. He will be fired because this is definitely not legit. But what's in here? Why is my render gun? Let's start the unknown type. Text space render type as abstract saying be careful what you copy paste. it will be back again. Okay, so with this I could give more information about this record. I could give the whole history here. I could create some other stuff, some other informations, and yeah. And I'm sure this shouldn't be online. This is not really legit. Frank will be fired because he doesn't test his code. And that's that part. So the whole thing is gone again. No file has been created. Everything is gone, and we go forward. So word on field types. There's the field type none, which we just used, which has no database field associated and no attributes or stuff has been used. There is the type user, which can be any kind of database field. There's an option to define the type or to define the database field to be used. This is interesting if you have a non-standard content where it's not, the default couldn't be an input or whatever, then you can use the user field, the user type. And what can I do with all of that? I can, for example, make my own field types, data pickers, access some external API, make a preview, show some statistics in the record when the editor is adding in it, create a preview, show the other side of a REE or end-to-end relation, so I don't have to configure all that remote mapping if only the information is relevant. Some stuff I did. This is a record for an exhibition booth. There's of course more fields to that than just this. And an exhibition booth defines it by that it has an exhibitor and a conference where it's held. And the team for the exhibition booth are all front-end users which have a relation to the exhibitor and need to have a ticket for the exhibition. So this is the relation put together once the exhibition once the exhibitor is defined and the conference, it will list all team members which are available for this booth because they have a conforming ticket for that conference. And an editor or the maintainer will see immediately which users are available. And I can click on them and go to the user record. This is an example for the field information. It's in between the name and the input field, additional information with the render type. This is a record for an invoice. This is again on top of, as a first element of the invoice record. It shows when it was created. If there are any partner documents uploaded, they have a special thing when a partner uploads a certain document that they get a different price or something. You can do a JSON export of the invoice or the tickets which are attached to the invoice. You can get an Excel export with some numbers. You can get the invoice as a PDF and regenerate it. In development mode, it will have a preview button, so you can get the HTML version of the invoice and debug it. And it will show related records to this order, basically to the order number, which only have the only relation is that they have the same order number in their field. So I can have the cancellation order or a refund invoice and have some functionality added to cancel this invoice or to do a partial cancel. You could, of course, many would build a module for that, a backend module which has this information functionality in there. I thought it's possible to just do it in the record. I don't need more modules than necessary in that part. Same thing as we did with our information with the image just now, with the advertisement. This is a widget where the editor can pick an icon for the header, for example, classic render type basically, and it will, when you click on it, it will open this pico widgets. If I click on an icon, it will use that icon instead of the former chosen one. The customer can register other icon sets to this functionality, their own icon sets, if they want. And what's missing here, I had it in before, but I removed it because of upgrade reasons. There was an input field here where I could filter the icons by a keyword, like everything left or everything right, up, down, stuff like that. This was a type user and the render type header icons. I can use that in the TT content. I can use it in other records. It's changeable. Some further resources. You can read about that. The TYPO3 CMS style guide is an extension you can install in your TYPO3 backend. You will find it here. This has lots of HTML snippets and classes and stuff to create TYPO3 typical or TYPO3 styled elements, tabs, stuff like that. You only want this extension, you only want in development because it actually installs or creates 76 tables in the database for their demo content. So you don't want to put that into production, but that's not the intention anyway. You get a lot of nice information about what you can use or how you can create a tree or stuff like that with your own render types, for example. If you need a front-end URL created, you can use the site getRouter. You got a site object, so you can create front-end URLs in the backend here, like a preview URL or something like that. Backend routing, the backend routing URI builder for backend URLs, so you can create a link to edit the user or other references. And I recommend to read the TCA documentation for the user type. I showed earlier there are a lot of information about render types hidden in that documentation for the user type and other best practices how to create your own user types. Okay, that's what it was so far. The QR code links to the talk on our webpage. There is as well a link to a GitHub repository where you can download that project and play around with it. Sorry. Where you can download that little project I showed. And there are two branches, one like the initial style where I started and a finished branch where everything what I put in there is already finished, so you don't have to type it and don't make the same mistakes I did right now. And yeah, can play around with it. Any questions? Sorry? Oh, no, it's online, not online yet. I timed it. I used start time, but obviously it didn't done. It will be online later. Oh, I can put it online now. Cache. Any other questions?
Yeah, thanks for your talk. I always wonder, is it still best practice to use or to write down HTML into your PHP files when you do that? Or is there at least a chance to, let's say, have a fluid standalone view like that?
You could use a fluid view, but you would have to do the whole rendering with it as well. So you would have to create a view, set it up, render it, and then give back the HTML. It's quite a bit what you need to do just for this little HTML snippet. But you can use it, yeah, would be possible.
Okay.
Anybody else? Yeah?
Is there a best practice to get data from other fields from the same form?
You have the table. You have the whole database record.
Yeah, the persisted one, but
Yeah.
from the moment I press save in the form.
You would have to get the ID of the fields and read it by JavaScript in that case.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
But the ID is deterministic. You can calculate it, so it would be easily possible to find the right ID for the other field.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
Need to connect them, yeah. So it's online. Yeah.
Yes, thanks for the talk and showing how to configure custom form engine fields. You mentioned the documentation, and one most important part there is if you write something in that HTML area, make sure to escape user content, because else you have cross-site scripting vulnerabilities.
That's true, yeah.
Yes.
You have to escape them yourself. The render engine, the form engine would do that for you, so, but you're basically circumventing it, so you have to do your due diligence, that's true.
Of course. And remember, not only front-end user input is vulnerable or is dangerous, also things from the back end.
Of course. Yeah. No more questions? Okay. You can talk to me anytime. I'm here all day, all week. Thank you very much.
There we go.
Hello, everybody. Yes, let's talk about UX in TYPO3. And
yes, hello, everybody, and welcome. Before presenting us, we would like to make a small real-time survey just to check if UX topics only interest UX people. So first, question, how many of you are working on marketing topics? Please raise your hands. Okay.
And who are you, or who of you are designers or work with design? Yes, we have 1, 2. Okay, it's okay.
Maybe some of you works about UX or UI during their daily works. Can you raise your hands? Yes, yes. Okay.
And which one of you works as a developer? Yeah. Quite good, thanks.
And that's a good news.
Yes, we are very glad that you are here. Yes, because also our work, yeah, we relate to each other. And yes, that's good that you are here, and maybe we can get in touch later and talk about things. So at first, short introduction.
Short introduction. So my name is Rachel Foucard. I am the CTO of W Sales. It's a web agency, a French TYPO3 agency. I'm also the TYPO3 French community lead and the UX team, TYPO3 UX team lead. And since almost 3 years now, I'm a board member. And since this year, my field of responsibility is about governance. So governance is really close to UX. It's about making processes to facilitate the workflow of the different stakeholders and bodies of the TYPO3 association.
Yeah, thanks. And for those who don't know me, my name is Annett Jähnichen. I work at an agency in Dresden, and I worked as a developer and integrator with TYPO3 there. And since 2019, I'm also part of the Structured Content Initiative. And in 2022, I switched also in the UX team. And yes, now I step up as a co-lead for the UX team. And since 2022, last year, I am also a UX core component merger for UX backend UX, yes. Okay, short agenda for our talk. At first, we want to give you a little update about our UX teamwork and what happened in the last year. And then we give you an update about the TYPO3 UX maturity. And after that, Rachel introduce you to the jobs to be done theory. Yes, and I want to start with what happened last year. So, as you know, or maybe you know, UX is not only working on some concepts and do some stuff. It's also good to have a documentation and a plan, a construction plan, where you can look up when you need it. And therefore, Riccardo Di Contardi, which joined our UX team this year, did a great research for design template systems, for example, Material.io design system, and look up what we can, or what fits with TYPO3. And yes, the goal is to have an online documentation in the future. So, for example, that you developers can go online and can look up how a component should behave, how it have to look like in the TYPO3 backend. Yes, and another big topic was user testing. because we are not the users. We know too much about a product and we can't forget what we know. So we have always to prove our assumptions, and we can choose two ways for this. For example, we can do surveys like before, or we can do user testing. And user testing is a quality over quantity approach, because you didn't need many people to get a good impression of how they work in the back end or which pattern they use to do their work. And so, we decided to use UserBrain as a user testing tool, and Anastasia Schmidt helped us with that. And we do a first proof of concept, and Anastasia created a scenario, which is log in into the backend, choose a page, create a content element, and show it up in the frontend. So we choose two testers for that. And the summary or the feedback from them was that TYPO3 looks functional, simple, understandable, and practical. So yes, so for us the proof of concept was successful, and we decided to use this tool in the future for our UX work. Yes, and also we work on concepts so that we can align the UX strategy, and as we presented last year, we used the Kaizen method for that. So our topics were also the categories: keep the house clean, better use of space, fresh look and feel, clear standards, and track and maintain. So for each of these categories, there's a forge ticket, and maybe you have some stuff you can relate it to these forge tickets, and we can look up and work on that. So for me, the biggest topic in the last year was, first we present also some concepts we are working on. So here as you can see, there are some ideas, for example, to highlight the save button in the back end, or better use of space, or we had also a look on the save and close issue and how we can solve this whole topic. We provided some dashboard widgets suggestions, and also work on some backend keyboard shortcuts together with the accessibility team. Yes, now my biggest topic in the last year, and also for version 12, was to streamline the backend UI. So also the behavior and the workflow in the backend isn't really consistent. So I had a look, for example, on the buttons on the doc header. So they have labels now, and the task was that every button in the backend has the same label in each module, so that users have a streamlined backend, for example. Yes, and at least there are also some good news. Since June this year, there are 3 new component mergers who joined the core team. So Benjamin Kott, Jasmina Liesmann, and Andreas Nettball are now with me together in the core team as a new component merger for backend UI. And yes, we have regularly meetings where we talk about UX topics, and they all have their own topic which they want to solve. But I am the bridge between the core mergers and the UX team. So, and now I hand over to Rachel, and she talked about UX maturity.
Thank you, Annette. Yes, let's talk about, maybe you want me to, thank you. Let's talk about TYPO3's UX maturity. Well, yes, where TYPO3's UX maturity stands. First, I would like just to explain what UX maturity is. it's a framework that help discover the UX strengths and weaknesses of an organization. And it can also help the organization to plan how to increase the UX maturity. So during the last year's Developer Days talk, we already presented the TYPO3 UX maturity, and last year we were moving from the third level, the emergent one, to the fourth level, the structured one. So this year, how we fully structured or maybe moving to the integrated level, or maybe still standing in the emergent level. The reality is not so simple because there are different topics where we are better than the others, so let's just dig into that deeper. So the UX maturity is based on four factors. First, the UX strategy. It's about how much UX matters in the overall product strategy. The UX culture is about UX knowledge in the organization. UX process is self-explanatory. It's about processes. And UX outcomes are about measuring the results of our UX improvements. So about the outcomes, we are in the level 3 still, because we are still making very small improvement of the user interface with independent patches. So let's say that the quality is improved, but in pockets. And about the metrics, they are not existing yet, because collecting data is a huge topic that you can't solve in a very short time frame, but it's work in progress with the marketing team. About the processes, we are already in the level 4, because here we are only talking about the UX team processes. We have a documented process, and it includes design and research methods. And we are already collaborating with other teams like accessibility team or marketing team or the core team. And we, in our team, have standards and tools and frameworks to work with. Our strategy is also already at the level 4, because since last year we already have a UX strategy, but this strategy is not connected with the overall product strategy. And it's not the main motivator of the prioritization of the features. It's one of them, but it's not the most important. We have a budget, and this budget is allocated, and we exactly know how it will be used. The culture is a mix between 4 and 5, because in the TYPO3 community, we have a very good awareness and understanding of UX since always. And so it's very good for us, and we feel really appreciated and supported by the other teams. About the competencies, the team is too small, so we still have to use the same people, for instance, for UX research or improving UI. So we are working on growing so that we can have more specialized roles and then improve our skills in those specific positions. About the strategy, I have the feeling that we will move very fast with to the level 5, because the TYPO3 Association is actually working on innovation process that will include the UX team. And then this vision will be based on the product vision and priorities. So it will be much more professional, and hopefully we will have a consistent budget for that. And it's a good transition for the next topic, the job to be done theory, because this theory will be the kind of a compass of all this innovation process. It will be the guidance for the UX team to decide on which features we have to work on and which features we want to improve, or which totally new feature we want to create. So to have a better understanding of this job to be done theory, I was invited to read this book, and I did so. This book is named Competing Against Luck by Clayton Christensen, which is a very famous business consultant, American, who introduced the theory of disruptive innovation 25 years ago. 25, so maybe it rings a bell for you, and also it means that what we are talking about today isn't new at all. So let's start. Maybe it's not new, and maybe you already heard about job to be done on Google or on some blog, but maybe you didn't really understand the scope or the purpose of that, because it's true that it's not very clear when you have few readings. So let's clarify that. And I will start by telling a milkshake story. Not because I'm French and I can't help to talk about food, but because this story is the emblematic story of the job to be done theory owner, so I really have to tell you about it. The title is The Milkshake Dilemma, or Why Customers Pull Certain Products and Services into Their Lives. So it was in the 90s, a very famous fast food company, American company, wanted to sell more milkshakes. And Clayton Christensen was hired by them because they had a problem. They had a lot of marketing resources, and they already did huge surveys with their customers. And as each surveys, they just ask their customers, can you tell us how we can improve our product, our milkshakes, so you would buy more of them? That was the mission. And when you focus on the product, a customer is totally able to answer you what he wants, but he will never answer you what he really needs. So what happens? Absolutely nothing, because the sales didn't increase, so that's the reason why they asked Clayton to help them. And then Clayton teams proposed them to have a totally different approach. And they decided to stand in the restaurant a whole day, much more, 18 hours, and watch people, and really see the people who were buying milkshakes and take notes. And they discover very interesting things during that watching. First, most of the buyers were buying the milkshakes on the morning before 9 a.m. They were alone. They were only buying one milkshake and directly drink it in their car. So it was quite surprising, and they decided to interview them right after they bought their milkshakes. So the question was quite different. It's a little bit complicated here, but they asked it in a more simple way. What job were you trying to do for yourself that cause you to come here in this restaurant and hire a meal check? And the answers were really interesting too, because the circumstance was very clear. They had a long and boring drive to their work or somewhere. They were not still hungry, but they knew that they will be hungry maybe in 2 hours. So they were seeking for something easy to eat while driving, but long enough to eat. And also something satisfying to keep the commute interesting. So when you see that, you can discover that your competitors are not other fast food milkshakes at all. It can be anything like bananas, bagels, donuts, and so on. So you start thinking new innovations really differently. And this job to be done is specific for this story. A job to be done is always a sentence starting with help me to do something. And this one was help me stay awake and occupied while I make my morning commute more fun. So the innovation opportunities were make the product more viscous to be longer to heat during the driving, but also more fun And then, because it's not finished, you have to integrate around the job all the processes of all the teams of the organization around the job. So the uncovering of the job is more a marketing teamwork, because to make good interviews, you have to have really good communication skills. So it's more a marketing thing. But it can be done by other people that are very good in communication in the other teams, if you want. So our work is more in the second phase, the second step about creating the desired experience. So as you can see, we have a lot of work to do. So
yes, now it's my turn to repeat myself from last year. So if you are interested, then become part of the TYPO3 UX team and help us to create the best user experience our customers and users deserve. So don't be afraid to come to me and talk about your problems and find solutions. Thank you.
So, do you have any questions?
If you have a question, please raise your hand. I will bring the microphone to you.
Thank you for this thing. Is there a process how we can get feedback from our customers or from the guys in our agency that are working with TYPO3 to you? Is there some kind of website, some kind of form like that?
I think that the innovation team will work on such a process, because the job to be done interview is really an ongoing thing, and we want to make some interviews every year. Each time an agency gets a new customer, because the job to be done has to be interviewed for a new customers. And yes, we are really interested in that. So I think that maybe if you are already interested, you could just send us an email, and I can transfer it to the innovation team, and we can start to collect the contact of the different agencies. Yeah.
Okay, but if I understand you correct, then there will be something in the future where this process will be generalized, so we can give it like a form or website.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you especially for the nice examples you gave. One that struck me most was the people watching and their daily routine for 18 hours. When you take this example and put it to TYPO3, it would mean to watch the editors doing their editing all day long, could be a screencast or whatever, and then think about, hey, where are the points where they have problem? Where are the points they click twice, or even freak out, if you can screencast this. Is there any material like this already existing? Are you planning to do this? Are you looking towards this? Because this is exactly what it means, watching very closely what your primary client and client is doing, the editor.
Okay. It's the user testing methodology. So the user testing and an agency can totally register for a user brain account. It's not expensive at all, and your end customer can pay for it too. So you have to create some scenarios in this tool, and then so you decide for a scenario you want to just test, and the scenario must be maybe 10-15 minutes long, not too much, because afterwards you will have to analyze it, so don't make it too long. And you prepare a demo website, so it can be to test the front end of your customers' websites too, or the backend of what you have implemented for them. And with the user brain, or there are other tools like this, user brain, user feel, I don't have any preference, they are all the same. You can either use professional testers, so it's people that are paid by the solution and that are doing that all day long. Or you can use your own testers, but then you have to know how to recruit them, and it's not so easy. And then you can say, okay, I am paying for this scenario for 5 user tests, and then maybe just the day after, because there is a lot of people doing that, you will have your 5 feedback, and then you will analyze that. So it's not expensive, it gives really quality feedback, it's easy for you afterwards to convince your customer that you have to work on this because you have the proof by the end user, by a video, so it's great.
A while back, we had this microtext initiative where we did some training for improving texts, and I kind of feel like there nothing ever happened anything with that. Are you planning to continue this, or is it not really part of UX?
I guess you mean the microcopy initiative? Yes, I don't know if we really, or if this initiative exists, or if there...
It was just a project 2 or 3 years ago that was applied, and few of us had a training by a specialist, an expert, to help us improve our skills on working on the text of the user interface and not the design. And this is not a specific topic anymore, but really a skill that we took for the team so that we can work on all the aspects of a component. For instance, the models. Maybe with the models, we will have to work on, of course, the design to streamline all the models in the backend, but maybe we will also have some guidelines for the developers, for the labels of the buttons, for how to write the title, in which way, and so on, how to ask questions. So it's all microtext, and yes, it's totally integrated in our tasks.
So in the UX team, how do you typically work? Do you have a list of open tickets that you work on?
Both, I guess. We use, I guess, now it's in 2 weeks duration meetings in calls where we streamline or set what we have done or on which concept we are working on. And we use also Forge, as I said, with the Epic tickets for Keep the House Clean, for example, where I put some tasks underneath this with small patches I created for improving the UI, for example. So, yeah, that's the way we go.
Yes, actually, that's the way we go. And of course, it's not the best way to go. And that's because the innovation process we are waiting for is really exciting for us, because we will have a plan to achieve. We will have some instruction, some priority to work on. And then I think that we will more organize our processes, especially how will we work together with the developers, the core team, which will be the steps for each features and so on. So actually we are working like this because we need to deliver as much as possible, but I think that it will change I hope soon enough.
And everyone's got access to Forge. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess you only need a My TYPO3 account for that. Yes. Okay, so no other questions then. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
und bitte. Hello, everybody. My name is Jochen, and I'm going to show you what it needs to set up a TYPO3 project locally, and yeah, what it takes, and how to speed up like the first experience when using Gitlab later on. So to get a project started, we basically need a LAMP stack, whatever it is. It could be like an Nginx or Apache web server, like choose whatever you like, which basically should include like services you may need for your TYPO3 installation. Then, of course, we need a package manager, which will be, well, we live in a PHP world, so we use Composer for that. Our setup, of course, needs a side package because we have to put our styles and front-end stuff somewhere. So that's going to go into the side package itself. And of course, if we code it a lot and we want some quality tools to check our code and analyze our code, telling us that we didn't follow our own set code style or introduced some weird stuff which should be detected by whatever tool. And of course, we want versioning, so we definitely can track when a change was introduced and maybe who introduced it, and then ask the person who introduced the change and why they did it, basically. And then, of course, for the front end, we need some sort of bundler. Not sure, like, there are plenty, and maybe there will be a new one next week. And if we're done with our development, we basically need tests to ensure that our, let's say, our code is working as expected. And of course, like, tests always give you like a definition of what is expected by the customer. So if you run it like in the deployment all the time, you ensure that your definition still applies after a change. And of course, finally, continuous integration, meaning some sort of like GitLab actions or GitHub actions and GitLab, which does all the checks for you before it gets merged. Definitely important, before it gets merged, we want to find the bugs and issues before we merge stuff. So when it comes to the LAMP stack, I just use DDEV. There's a big discussion about this all the time. I just use it because I want to share my configuration with my teammates. And, well, I want to have a flexible configuration, which I can switch to PHP version easily, and maybe just use MySQL instead of whatever Postgres. And yeah, as I said, I just want to integrate some services. Let's say we have an authentication service, then we want to spin it up when we run DDEV or like when we start our LAMP stack. So that's what DDEV does in this setup. Of course, here the package manager, as I mentioned, is going to be Composer. There's no other option I'm aware of. And for the front-end tooling, well, Node. We use NPM. You can use Yarn as well if you want. I would just go mostly with NPM because it's already there. So yeah, the side package. Everything we need for our front end will go into the side package itself. And yeah, it makes up the website itself. So for a applying the code standards and analyzer tools, I prefer using PHP Stan. For the code standards, the CS fixer. And I tend to have a editor config file in the root of the project. So that's basically all stuff the core uses. So how bad could it be? Like, not too bad. So, versioning. So, most of you may only know Git, but before Git there was an era of Subversion, Mercurial, yes, they learned CVS or other stuff, but due to, like, with the rise of GitHub and Gitlab, there was only like Git left. So no one wants to use anything else. Some may do, but I don't. So yeah, the bundler will just pack all our SCSS files, JavaScripts, and may process SVG files or images. And you can use Gulp, you can use Grunt. They come, or even Webpack, and they come with like a massive, like 150 lines of code configuration, which no one wants to maintain and update all the time. So I discovered Vite, and I really love Vite for the simplicity and speed and the features it offers. It's only like 50 lines of configuration, which tells you clearly what to do or what's going on. So easy to maintain, not much dependencies. That's why I choose Vite. So tests may cause issues, or people don't like to set it up all the time, especially when it comes to acceptance tests. They are like hard to set up. Most people go with the run tests bash script from the core, just copy it over, put it into place, and fingers crossed it will work. Most of the times it works, but I sometimes struggle setting it up. Like copying stuff is never a good solution to a problem occurring several times a year. So the continuous integration could be the GitHub Actions, which is for free, and also the GitLab Runner, which is partly free, meaning that you have 3,000 minutes of runner time available per month, which is free. Like GitHub Actions doesn't have a limit at all. And within the CI, we use either TYPO3 serve or deployer, or you can write your own script to ship your code to the target server if you like. Some people prefer plain bash scripts. I just love deployer. It just works and makes life so much easier. Once it works, it takes takes some time to understand what it does, and sometimes it assumes weird stuff and causing issues on the server itself. But once you get it to work, it will just work. So now what we have is like a lot of tools we have to set up and configure, and well, that's not what we want to do. It's like going to one project to another and just copying configuration files over and over again, and may adapt them and change bits and pieces here and there. So that sounds like a lot of work, and we're not keen on doing overhours all day or all week. So I came up with a solution, at least for the GitLab users. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see. Wi-Fi looks good. So if you create a new project, you see in Gitlab, oops. Okie doke. So if you create a new project on Gitlab, it will hopefully. Okay. So when you create a new project, you can select create project from templates now, and you get a massive list of available templates. This now includes TYPO3. I call it distribution, and you can simply click on use. And now what it's doing, first let T3DD. So, and I'm going to make it public. So what it does now is basically there's a archive somewhere in Gitlab which gets unpacked and extracted and put into a repository. So this includes everything except for the tests I mentioned before. So you now go git clone this and So I just cloned the repository, go into the new created folder. So, yep. So now I just type ddef TYPO3 init. And now it just spins up the containers, and fingers crossed we have a setup within 3 minutes, running locally and having a front end available, and we are ready to code. So that's basically the boring part, just waiting for ddef downloading the internet. So while this is running, just as you can see, here's the project. I put all the front-end assets, or all the front-end files into the assets folder. And for local packages, I created a packages folder. So if you want additional packages, local packages, just create the extension within there and require it. And here's the basic configuration files needed for the CS fixer, for the node modules and packages. Oop. So that's it. Let's see if that works. There you go. That's our front end. And we can do really fancy stuff now. Because we're using Vite, And it comes with a hot module replacement, sort of. So I just typed ddef star, it's called vit surf start, I guess. So, and if I go first, oh, sorry. Of course, I have to delete the cache first. Or so I just type in the user created, by the way, that's here. So I have a really safe password. So backend works as well. Just now, I just reload. You saw that, like, because of the hot module replacement server running in the background, it took quite some time till like the JavaScript and styles were loaded. But finally, I can just change here the background. To, let's say, green, and it automatically updates our site, so you can easily like change styles without reloading the browser, and you can also change your JavaScripts, and it will just reload without the user doing anything. So that works pretty good. So I also have some scripts in the composer JSON file that allow me to that allow me to compile the front-end styles and stuff exactly the same way GitLab would do it, like because it's actually running GitLab, the GitLab runner under the hood. Oops. Was it composer run something? So, and basically now starting a Docker container, or using the GitLab runner, starting a Docker container, building the assets. Or we can even run a PHP stand to check our code for bugs. So maybe it's not a good idea to pull images now at the moment. No, not a good idea. But you can also like run this locally or in DDEV if you wish. So, and just a quick look. The only magic happening here is I have the initialization folder, which includes like 2 basic pages, and then, yeah, I think just an image. No, not even an image. It just comes with a simple site configuration and 1 default language. So I think it's a pretty good start for kicking off, or like pretty good for kicking off a new project, and just get like every developer starting a new project ready to code within like 5 minutes. So, and they have time to drink a coffee or 2 meanwhile. So, still working. Where did, on. Just go quickly. So what we now have, I wanted to have a LAMP stack package manager, a side package, like my quality assurance tools, a code analyzer, the versioning, some sort of bundler, whatever it is. That comes all with that template, which is ready to use. The only thing you need to configure is like the continuous integration, because I don't know like the SSH keys, I can't put them in place automatically, and you don't want that. So you need to configure that yourself, you need to give the host names, and that should be good to go. And of course, like tests would be nice to include, but as of now, I didn't include the tests because I was busy doing other stuff. So maybe there will be tests in the future, like automatically shipped with the template. But, well, it takes some time to get stuff merged into GitLab. And so if you want to have new features within the, built into the new template, you can go to that URL and first create an issue. Then you just fork the project. Then you include your, let's say, your awesome feature you planned. And then you open a merge request. And then the fun begins. Because instead of like applying or like assigning a user, you have to trigger a GitLab bot and tell the GitLab bot that this merge request is ready to be reviewed. And it's not me reviewing all the merge requests. It's going to be like some random person in the GitLab ecosystem, like working from GitLab, not from the TYPO3 community. Then you have a big discussion about minor things, and most of the time they're like, well, I don't understand, I don't care, I just merge it after a long discussion, which takes quite some time. And that's why I suggest if you do changes, just keep them as small as possible. So people, or like especially the GitLab guys, understand what you're trying to do, even though they don't care, but it's always good if they understand what they are going to merge, because they are responsible in the end for the template. And yeah. So this is a good merge request example for GitLab, what happens in the background. GitLab provides a script I run, and that creates the archive file I want to upload to GitLab as a merge request. So then this is how it started. So I just added a few notes here, and that's actually my change, just generated by their own code. So I think the labels were added automatically by the GitLab bot, which triggers other teams, and other teams start reviewing it also. So in the end, I think it's 11 labels, so maybe, I guess, at least 11 different groups in the GitLab ecosystem got a notification, which ended up with 25 participants, and I think 4 or 5 people commenting. And I started like with the GitLab bot discussion thingy, then responded to whatever. I just wanted to add one single file, which got updated. So, and I had to explain them their own process, how things work within GitLab. So don't expect them, if you do a merge request, don't expect them to be experts in their own area. They're not. Like, don't get me wrong, be friendly, but just if you think they're smart, sometimes they're not as smart as you think. So I'm not trying to be rude. I'm really friendly. Like, don't get me wrong. I just did a few merge requests, and sometimes you bump into people and they're just like doing amazing work, and sometimes they're just normal beginners. So, yeah. So, and of course, I think 3 people approved this single merge request, and just the file changed. That's it. So, inspiring people to share means everyone can contribute. Thanks for listening. And if you have questions, let me know now.
Yeah. Hi, thanks for this nice talk and your work. I really like the template. I already used it, and what I think would be even cooler is if TYPO3 starts in the browser after the setup is done. So I made a merge request. So what I have to do now, because I said the merge request is ready.
Yeah, just wait for the bot to do its job.
Okay.
It's not instantly. It just takes, like, let's say an hour or 2. And it will start like putting labels in and assigning a reviewer. And sometimes, don't worry too much if a review just gets removed or removes stuff. They know what they're doing most of the time. They hand it over to someone else.
Okay.
Most of the time. If you get no response within like 1 week, I would say like just mention them again and ask what to do. Sometimes they need a bit of poking, so yeah.
All right, thank you.
Are all the tools and commands that are shipped with this package are documented in any way, or do I have to...
Of course, there's a basic README file in the project. And yeah, it's missing like actually really the details.
Okay, but the basics and the white commands.
Just the basic, like the quick start is simply like clone it and run a TYPO3 init command. Here's like all the commands running within like the TYPO3 init command explained here. And I explain a bit how to use Vite. I tell a bit about the files and folder structure and what it's supposed to do. And of course, even documented how to run PHP stand locally. But I think like I need to improve the documentation when it comes to the deployment itself and deployer. Yeah. Because like that's actually missing. Let me just show. So it's just saying like SSH username, and there could be like a little more detail on how to configure it. And in best case, I have a central file where I put all the changes. So that's going to be like a future plan to have a centralized file where now like all the changes have to be done within there. So when you start a new project, you know, like this is the file and all the changes I need to do are exactly in this, from, let's say, YAML file. So that's the ultimate goal, like to make it as easy as possible and make people use it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. No questions? Okay. So, thanks for joining my talk.
Thank you very much. The next talk in here and the last talk for today in this room is going to be by Olli Harder, and he's going to be talking about content security.
And go. And lift off. So, great to have you here. My session today is about content security policy. However, probably I should introduce myself. So I'm Olli Harder. I'm with the TYPO3 security team. I'm part-time employed by the TYPO3 GmbH, and the other half of my time I'm doing freelance stuff. Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter still. No, X, sorry, on X. Harder, that's my handle on Twitter. Anyway, I'm going to be around here basically until tomorrow, so if you have questions about that topic or on security topics in particular, feel free to contact me and ask the questions. Or use the doctor session for that, so you can do that. So today's session is about content security policy, but before we start, I'd like to know who of you has never used content security policy. So for whom is content security policy a brand new topic? Benny, I don't believe that. Thank you. So there are a few of you. Okay. So I'd like to show you the basic concept of content security policy. Those of you that had been working with content security policy already won't learn something new. So, however, I'm going to show the concepts of that. I'm going to present you some pitfalls and also like what the strategy of TYPO3 is all about. I should smile to the camera, so I did that right now. I don't know whether that was good. Anyway, so yeah, okay, it's not CSP, it's CPS actually. Now I realized that, so I should have switched strategies in pitfalls. Anyway, yeah, so why? Because it matters. Here's a short trigger warning. So I'm going to present, yeah, some vulnerabilities, or basically to get into the topic. Anyway, I just want to point that out. If you find a vulnerability in the TYPO3 core or in any TYPO3 extension, please don't put that on Twitter, don't put that on Forge, don't put that in any public repository or channel or whatsoever, but only report them to security@typo3.org. So it might happen that you get triggered by security stuff, but only please report it to security@typo3.org, and the security team is here to help you and support the community. So the question is why? Yeah, so we're focusing on cross-site scripting and privacy concerns. So that is basically the scope we're working in. And between 2018 and 2023, we had 34 cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in the TYPO3 core. So that basically means we had to release new versions, we had to write those advisories, we had to inform people, you folks had to upgrade, and basically that is one of the reasons we want to address. So I can't promise you that we will reduce that to zero. However, with content security policy, we have a good way to actually mitigate that. So we're talking about script execution if we're focusing on the JavaScript aspect. So that means in the scope of the user, so you are logged in a TYPO3 backend, for instance, with all the permissions, script can be executed. So that's important. It's not just an alert warning or a console log, it's like executing script. So creating new users, for instance, or doing other stuff. So I have a bunch of examples here. It also might trigger downloads. So users on your website get a download trigger, whatever, and then they click on that, install it, and they have malware installed. So that is also possible by using cross-site scripting. And not only focusing on JavaScript stuff, but going further on style sheets, because style sheets are also somehow affected. It would be possible to load an external file and expose user details. For instance, the IP address, or by several techniques, it also would be possible to expose the actual DOM structure that is currently shown to the user. So also style sheets are affected by that. So these are that's the markup. Anyway, let's have a look. So this is actually it's a video, because it happens that I forget these things. So here we have a website, or let's start over again, sorry. So this is a website. It basically is based on the Bootstrap package. You can see that here. It has a custom extension. You or basically any visitor can add feedback to the website. It's like the good old known guestbook stuff. And by visiting the website, one thing gets clear. So there's styling in the markup. So probably cross-site scripting is possible on that website. So let's see what that actually means. So by looking into the source code, we clearly see that here is a strong and style markup directly added to the result to every user. So here I'm simulating the attacker, and I'm going to inject a script. So probably you have seen that already, so that is classic cross-site scripting. And by executing that, you get a nice warning in the console, and as I pointed out already, it's not only about that console, but script is executed, and it is persisted on the website. So I switched to another browser session. This browser session might be the administrator of the TYPO3 website, and that administrator also receives the same script because it's stored, it's persisted cross-site scripting, and it's executed. So just to keep that in mind, everybody that is visiting the website is now affected by that vulnerability and gets that script executed. So the next topic is about styles. So let's see how that looks like. So basically I'm adding again the email address, adding some payload. This time I'm not using a script payload, but a style payload. So using the link tag to load some external link, some style sheet. So it's called extfill. Extfill is a special technique to actually exfiltrate data from the DOM that is currently viewed in the browser. So it's complicated, I agree, it's really complicated. However, it is possible to extract information out of that DOM. So here you can see the queries. So basically a lot of combinations just to find out what action or what word is used in the action attribute of the form tag. So let's look how this is applied to the DOM. And then on the right-hand side in the Chrome inspector, you can basically see that there's a match which loads an external file. And that external file is located on the server of the attacker. So that is basically hacker controlled. And this way you can extract information and inform another source. So still here data is extracted to another location. However, no script is executed. So that might concern data privacy, because here I used the example of using the feedback URL, but it also could be a session identifier, for instance. So something that should only be visible to the actual user. So that was the basic motivation for that. So we're talking about scripts and we're talking about styles. Content security policy is actually here or is capable of solving these things. And I can promise you already, if you have questions, yeah, probably I can answer some of them, but I can promise you, you will leave this room with more questions. Yeah, so I will present more problems than solutions. Sorry for that, but that's the reality. So probably you know that already, since you have worked with cross-site scripting already. So we have two possibilities to apply a cross-site scripting policy. On top we see a snippet which is using the meta tag. So you can either use that in a HTML meta tag and can add the cross-site scripting policy, or, and this is the preferred way, we can add an HTTP header, which is content security policy, and then, yeah, some policies, some declarations here. What that means, we will have a brief look on that. So the content security policy basically consists on repeating a directive in the list of sources. So here I made an example, like content security policy is default source, so that is applied always. Yeah, so that's the uppermost declaration. And then we can refine that for loading images, for loading scripts, for loading style sheets, for adding iframes, those kind of things. So we always have a directive. Here you find some examples. And it's important to add that those directives are nested. So there's a hierarchy. For instance, if you look to the orange box, there's the frame source. The frame source inherits from child source. And if child source is not defined, it goes up to the default source. So you have this kind of hierarchy in the definitions. And on the right-hand side, in those blue boxes, there are the definitions. Like none, for instance, means it's not allowed to load images, for example. It's not allowed to load any image at all on a website. We don't want that. So therefore, probably we use self, and self means it's the actual host that we are currently requesting, so that is displayed in a browser. And then even further, especially for script and style sources, we can say what else we want to allow. So unsafe eval, unsafe inline, so probably eval, no? You know that, you don't want to use eval in JavaScript. However, it would be possible to allow that explicitly with the content security policy. So we will come to that at a later point. So here's the documentation, so that's it, thank you. Of course not. However, I want to point out that if you use content security policies, you really should read the documentation. So it's way too much to present that here in a talk. So you should be able to actually understand and estimate the consequences. And I agree, it's not always easy and it's not always obvious. However, let's try to do these kind of things. So here I've got a bunch of examples. So we have the script element, which is loading data from example.org. So therefore, we have two different definitions. So the one is script source element, and for the snippet number 4, we have script source attribute. So we can basically select whether we want to define a rule for the whole script element, which is embedded as an HTML element, or if you look to number 4, whether we just want to focus on these kind of event listeners. So that, like this is that's an inline script, and we can directly select that by using either script source element or script source attribute. And here comes the first obstacle, the first problem. Script source element is CSP level 3, which currently is available in a draft only. So it's not finished, it's not binding. However, most of the browser vendors are implementing that, with one exception, and we will come to that in a second. And basically the same exists for style source, so you also can define the directives for style source elements. So you have the link element, though you can use that declaration for that. However, you also can, and basically the example number 3 is, I think, a common thing that I see every day. So without modifying all the style sheets and global CSS data, you go the easy way. You just use an inline style. You style that element because you wanted to just have a border, and therefore you would have to use such a content security policy or directive for the style source attribute. So I mentioned the content security policy level 3. So let's have a look. Which browsers are supporting the script source element? And as you can see, most support it. However, Safari, Apple, is not supporting it. What does that mean? So that actually means that we have to provide those kind of fallbacks. So we can't use it for all the browsers. We basically need to use the old script source directive without the element in the end, because we want to be compatible. So just keep that in mind when implementing those CSP rules. Okay, next example. So on the right-hand side, it's basically, you just can focus on line number 8. So there's a button, and it has an inline event listener on click, and it would output something on the console. So if I click that, and on the left-hand side, you can see it's actually a CSP simulator. So I'll show you a link later. You can load any arbitrary website and can test the content security policies on that website. So we can test, I don't know, YouTube or something like that later on, and can override their content security policy and can simulate that and play around with that. So I found that kind of helpful. However, it was additional work, so it was not really required, but I found it interesting to create that kind of project. So we're using here the script source self, which means don't or just allow scripts that are loaded on the current website. We are not allowing unsafe eval or unsafe inline, and therefore, as expected, we get a violation report. So let's continue and allow unsafe inline. And as you would have expected, now it's possible to click the submit button without getting any error message. So do you think that there are more possibilities to basically avoid the unsafe inline? Who has an idea? I have one. So there's another technique which is called unsafe hashes, and this works by adding a SHA-1 hash for exactly the inline script, which is console log clicked. So, and here basically you see the calculation. It's a base 64 encoded version of that hash. So you can do that. However, if you have a lot of inline scripts or event listeners on a website, you can imagine that you have a content security policy which goes all the way with those kind of hashes. So it gets crowded. You need to keep track of which hash belongs to which inline script. So basically, it's not really a solution. It's a technique, but running that on a real website might become complicated. Another example, this time, so basically there are 3 websites. Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic. So we have a website which is called TYPO3 version 12. So it's a TYPO3 website. We have a Hacko3 website, and then we have a other website. And I'm trying to load that cascade of JavaScript files. So I'm loading an external script that also could be, for instance, Google Maps or whatever. And Google Maps is loading data from other websites again. So that's kind of what a real-life example would look like. So we're loading scripts from 3 different servers. And there are 2 special cases here, because in line number 3, I'm going to use the DOM API to attach a script to the DOM. And then in line number 7, I'm using the plain old document write to just add a script tag or just write it to the current document, which then again needs to be parsed by the browser and will be visualized. So the first thing is called non-parser inserted, and the second one is parser inserted. Just keep that in mind, because for what I'm going to show you, this might become relevant. So that's my first approach. So I'm defining script source for the 2 external websites, so for Hacko3 and for other 3. That seems to be working. I forgot to mention that I had an evil code in the end. I just want to make sure that the evil code never is executed. So line number 9, I don't want to have evil code. So that always should be blocked. So, okay. So I'm mentioning all the websites, all the external websites where contents are allowed to be loaded from. And now imagine that you have a bunch of websites. You have YouTube, you have Vimeo, you have Google Fonts or whatsoever. So a lot of websites which actually would need to be listed here, so that also gets chaotic and pretty much. There's another technique which is called strict dynamic. So you can omit all those external websites. However, with strict dynamic, you need to use a nonce value. Yeah, so every script that is added by using a nonce value, a number used once, so a random number, which really should be random, those kind of scripts are loaded and kind of delegated to those sources. So those sources that you load are allowed to load more sources. I see Benjamin Franzke is shaking his head, so maybe you have a question later on. Let's talk about that later. So that's why I created this simulator, because you can really simulate and prove that it works or doesn't work. However, and you have seen that there was one error message. So one aspect is not accepted, and I can explain you why. So using the non-parser inserted script, so that's line number 5, that is accepted by using strict dynamic, and the parser inserted script is not allowed. So if you think that using script dynamic is a good idea, I think it is. It still could cause problems by using those document write things. So that's another problem that just appeared by using random JavaScript on external websites that you can't control. Yeah. Talking about compatibility, and that is kind of surprising, because earlier we have seen that the script source element is not supported by Safari, and strict dynamic is now supported by Safari. So that's cool, we can use that. So Apple somehow seems to pick those kind of features which they really support or don't like. I don't know. As I mentioned earlier, you can play around with the thing. It's a DDEV setup. You can clone it from my repository. It's actually it's behaving like a man-in-the-middle server. So it's an HTTP server, grabs the website, rewrites the URLs, and you can play around and testing the CSP policies, the CSP. That's CSPP. Content security policy, anyway. So you can use that for arbitrary websites. What are the strategies if we come to TYPO3? Well, basically I'd say it's better to focus on prevention and detection. So not wait until a cross-site scripting vulnerability happens in your website or in the TYPO3 core, but somehow we need to find a way to avoid that. Yeah, to have a kind of a mitigation strategy, a measurement to make the process more secure. So that's our overall goal with security in TYPO3. So we need to provide tools and APIs and basically suggestions and advisories. So I'm sorry that I can't give suggestions on everything today, but raise more questions, so raising awareness that also belongs to that. And actually, the content security policy is mitigating cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. So it's like that. However, we need to think about how far we can take it. So finding the gap between this is convenience, so everything is still working, and finding a very secure and strict implementation of cross-site scripting. So that also means you can use that already with TYPO3 version 12, but it's not enforced. And the plans, it's just a plan. It's not like that right now, but the plans are to enable that per default, at least for the backend. To enable that for a backend, and therefore it really is required to get your feedback. So we need to have your feedback if something is not working. So if you have suggestions on these kind of things, because then we can react and can implement corresponding changes. So you just have to enable that as a feature flag. So basically we have two scopes. We have the backend scope and the front-end scope. You go to the install tool, you enable that for the backend and for the front-end, and then you're good to go. Yeah, probably you have projects, and those projects have different settings and requirements, and we don't know about all those requirements. And therefore, there's a whole layer for the content security policy. So like there are the models, and actually to create that kind of model, which is then applied as an HTTP header. And you can see there are a lot of classes that are involved. It contains all the directives and all the sources that can be used. And this is an example of a static configuration that you can put to your extension. So it's located in your extension name, configuration, content security policies. So basically next, or at the same location where you define your models or your routes. So you can declare that kind of configuration with your extension. And now let's just focus on the first line. So it says a new mutation. A mutation is kind of a change, an adjustment to an existent content security policy. It says extend, so it's extending an existing definition for which directive, for a default source directive, and we want to make sure that the self is allowed. So basically the server, the web server that is requested is able to actually work. So that's the default source directive. And the same thing exists for site configuration. So here's basically the same example as the PHP code written as YAML, and you can put that next to your site configuration. So it's a new file, it's called csp.yaml, and it goes next to your site's whatever YAML configuration. And basically the syntax is the same. So here again, mode extend, directive, however, YAML does not offer that kind of code completion. So you really need to know what you're writing there. Some more examples or some more things that should be mentioned when using the TYPO3 APIs. So I just mentioned here the asset collector and the page renderer. So if you're adding assets like styles or JavaScript files using the API, basically the nonce value is added automatically, except for inline style sheets and for inline scripts. And for inline scripts, you have to define that explicitly. So if you say use nonce, then the nonce is applied. And basically the nonce is like the ticket to execute the script. So be careful with that and make sure that the inline scripts are not containing any user-generated content. So if there's content that is generated by a post or get parameter, be careful about just adding the nonce value here. And of course, you can also use that in fluid view helpers. So there's the asset view helper that also supports using the nonce value by using that attribute. And there's a dedicated view helper fsecurity nonce, which just outputs the plain nonce value. And therefore, you can also make use of that in your fluid applications or in your fluid templates. In addition to that, if you have not seen that, there's a backend module which allows you to control what is actually going on your website. So here are some violations, and you get the details where that happened, what happened. And if you scroll further down, for some of those violations, you see the apply button. So there's a handler which is registered for this kind of violation, and it suggests you to actually solve it. However, you as an administrator, as an integrator, have to make the decision whether that is a good source or not. And then you can click on apply, it's saved, and the next request basically keeps that change. Yeah, this is the example of a handler. So it's basically the asset handler. It is using a PSA14 event, so you can write your own handlers for your own applications or for your own integrations. So also that is possible to provide those solutions for, I don't know, Facebook, Vimeo, whatever services you are going to load and apply here. This shows actually the applied content security policy. So that is highlighted below. You see it's a huge CSP line here, and it even gets more complicated if you add more assets. And I guess you do not want to write that on your own in just one string. So I think it's good, but however, you please tell me whether that is a good idea, whether that is helpful. So again, we're looking for feedback here, whether that is really a support or whether it makes things complicated. So I'm simulating a violation here. So in the browser console, I typed evil, some test, and we can actually see that the CSP is effective. So that execution is blocked. We get an error message. And behind the scenes, a request is sent back to the server because the module I just showed you also has a reporting endpoint, and that reporting endpoint actually takes the feedback of the browser and stores that violation. So that is the reason why you see those items in the backend module. So that's like, I don't know, Sentry, or there are other services online which can visualize those violations. So we have that built in TYPO3 in the backend. How much time do I have? Like 15 minutes, right? So I'm running out of time. Cool. Pitfalls, or actually observations. So yeah, this example, it's like an inline script, and as we know already, or probably you have heard, you can enable that by using unsafe inline. However, there's a problem. Whenever you use a nonce value and unsafe inline at the same time, you can see that in the error message that this is not possible. Note that unsafe inline is ignored if either a hash or a nonce value is present. So this is what the error message says. Yeah, so that means when you use a nonce, you basically have to use the nonce everywhere. So there's no selective approach to that because the browser requires that as long as there's the first nonce value given in the policy. Next example, that's a real example. So that is actually taken from the Google website on integrating Google Maps. So the first snippet shows a markup for integrating maps. And further down, you see the suggested, sorry, my English is not so good, CSP declaration to actually allow that and to enable that. So it looks cool, it looks complicated, but what does actually happen? So let's have a look. So here again, strict dynamic is used. That means it's delegated basically to those Google APIs external files. And for CSP level 3, that means when strict dynamic is active, basically all the other rules on HTTPS and unsafe evil and blobs are ignored. So that's cool. That's kind of, if we trust Google, that is a good way, that is a safe way to apply that. But what happens if a browser is used that does not support CSP level 3, so like CSP level 2, which does not support strict dynamic? Then this means that actually HTTPS and unsafe evil is allowed, which means scripts from everywhere, as long as they have the HTTPS protocol, so like it's secure until it gets into your browser and is causing the damage. Yeah. However, it's possible to load any arbitrary script. And also unsafe evil, yeah, I don't know. I don't have to explain that, so using evil code here, so that also is allowed. I don't know. So there are kind of discussions because, yeah, actually that's my opinion. So that this is not safe and probably we can try better. However, I don't know whether that is possible. And the reasoning behind that, why Google decided to use that, is basically when you look again to the Google APIs, there's a callback. So when that script is loaded, a callback is executed, which can actually position or zoom into the Google Maps. So that is effectively code execution. So basically you control that code. However, from a CSP perspective, that means we need to allow the code execution. We need to allow that callback, that kind of arbitrary callback. I don't have a good solution to that yet. However, I just wanted you to present the impact of using the suggestion by Google. And here are some other pitfalls or strange things. So there might be a bunch of false positives in your reporting module. So on the right-hand side, you see the report as they show up in the backend module of TYPO3. And if you focus to source file, you can see it says mods extension. So basically this violation is caused by a Mozilla plugin, which is not, I don't know, using the API correctly or trying to inject code. However, at least we can identify that's a Mozilla plugin and we were able to allow that. So we could add that to our security policy and say, okay, Mozilla plugins are allowed. So that's good. However, there are other examples which say, okay, sandbox evil code. So that probably also might be another plugin which is trying to fiddle around with the JavaScript on your website. I don't know. And we just have the indicator in sample, like something is executed. We don't actually know what it is. It could be a real security issue, but it also could just be another extension. So here we have some more context. So it's blocked URI is evil again. However, in the sample below, we see listen Vue DevTools. So that is basically the Vue.js dev extension. If you have that enabled in your browser, you basically might get those kind of violations in your reporting module. I don't have a solution to that. I just want to make you aware of that these kind of reports and false positives might end up in your reports module. Google Translate. So if a page gets translated by Google Translate, so here it is, the blocked URI, translate Google APIs, which is kind of proxying the current website. So it is blocked. If you have not considered that, I have not tested what actually happens, but I guess things look broken or are not working as expected, you need to enable that. And the interesting aspect is actually that it's not your fault on the website because you're not controlling Google APIs and Google Translate. However, it's important that the outside world is using your website and presenting that in a different way. And you have to make the decision whether you actually want that, whether you actually allow that. So should it be allowed or should it be blocked? And another example, I found that very interesting. So it again says Chrome extension. but it is changing the base URI. So if you have a website and change the base element and have a form on that site, on that page, and you click on submit, and that form contains like privacy-related data, like I don't know, it's sent to that base URL. So fiddling around with the base URI might create information disclosure. So it's good that it is blocked, however, we don't know why it actually should have been changed. So we probably have to find out or do the research and check which extension is doing some stuff here. Conclusion? Question mark? Yeah, so we have that unfinished CSP level 3, which still is a draft, and we have the CSP level 2, which exists since 2016. And the funny thing is, in CSP level 2, they deprecated a functionality. So for instance, I think it was the child source directive was deprecated. And some weeks and months after that, they decided that was not a good decision. So in CSP level 3, let's undeprecate that feature. So that's the first time I heard about undeprecation. So there's a way back by undeprecating things. So I just used that example to express that it's not finished yet. So even on the standard side, so there's still a lot of discussion about what is right. But it also requires us to actually make use of the functionality, to test it out and to give feedback. And that's, yeah, basically my aim or my desire or my wish. So please try it. Please give the content security policy in version 12 a chance. Enable it and use Forge or the channels. So use the community channels to hand in your feedbacks, to hand in your, probably when you fail, also let us know. So this allows us to make it better, to make it stricter or stable in order to actually solving a problem in terms of security. So we need your feedback. That is basically my saying here. So just report it. So that's it from my side. I have still 8 minutes left. Do you have a lot of questions? Benjamin Mack, please.
So, if I understood this right, if I enable the feature toggles and configure everything correctly, I'm completely safe with my website. I'm fine.
Probably a lot of things might be breaking because that depends on what you're doing on your website. So I don't know which kind of external APIs you're including, but yeah, let's call it, it's a beginning. So it's stricter than not having a content security policy.
Okay, but then something breaks, as you mentioned. I use Yoast SEO in all my installations, and I tried this feature when it was introduced, and it somehow nothing worked in the backend anymore. How can I solve this?
So the first thing would to get to forgetypo3.org. Say that there's a problem with the Yoast SEO extension, and then probably we might provide rules for that or adjust our directives in the Typo3 core. Or even better, it would be cool if extension authors also can incorporate these kind of changes if they include external resources. So extension authors can make use of the static configuration I showed earlier, and probably that also would be a great way to deal with that. Thanks for the question, Benny.
I have two questions. The first one is, if I enable the toggle for backend or frontend, does it ship with the default configuration, or do I explicitly need to configure something?
There's a default configuration. So it is located in the front-end extension, in the back-end extension. It has different scopes. So we ship default configuration for the front-end scope, so a default configuration for front-end, and a default configuration for back-end. And it basically allows only including scripts from the local web server. So we have like these the media asset view helpers. So it allows to load data from YouTube and Vimeo. So that is allowed. However, anything else is blocked.
Okay, thanks. And the second question, when I use the nonce feature in my front end, that means the caching is bypassed?
That's a good question. Yeah, so actually, I mentioned earlier, the nonce value should be a random number that changes with every request. Because if it does not change, it's predictable, and you can reuse the nonce value to actually bypass the security measures. So the question is correct. So in the front end, you still have a cached version. However, and now I'm curious about the reactions. It behaves like a user int or core int script. So yeah, things might get a little bit slower. But it's updated. So we have a cached version, and I think Ben Franske also had ideas on that. No pressure. So we probably might rework that. I can't promise much about that. But yeah, it's handled, but it reduces the performance a little bit. But it's not uncached, so it still is partly cached. Helmut.
That was exactly my question as well, so thanks. But I want, if it behaves as user int, it is cached in the TYPO3 database or whatever cache, but still it means that it can't be cached by caching proxies, for example, or in the browser. So that's exactly the issue with user ints. So my question, or to extend my question a little bit, is it practical then to use nonce in the front end, or wouldn't it be better to say use hashes? Or is it not always possible? So I don't have practical experience with CSP in that area. Wouldn't it be better to say, okay, I only use the hash policy instead of the nonce policy?
I don't know. So it really depends on the use case, and I'm repeating my desire. So we need the feedback. So whether the current possibility fulfills your demands, and if things are breaking or are slower because your varnish, whatever caches are not working as expected anymore. So there are solutions to varnish. So varnish allows to have a post-processing. So you can do that, and it's not significantly slower. So there's a solution for that. However, we don't provide that yet as TYPO3. However, if it turns out, and that's a good question, that probably using hashes is better, then probably we might advertise that more and switch our strategy to use hashes, for instance. And as I showed you earlier, if you use you use a nonce with unsafe inline, it does not work. So there's a decision. Once you use a nonce, you always have to use it. And the same applies to the hashes. If you start using those hashes, you have to use it everywhere, for every file, for every asset that you embed. Thanks, Helmut. 1 minute? One more question. Yeah. Who? Sascha Nowak. Sorry, I did not see you. It's like.
It's fine, Oli. Is it possible to only enable the reporting mode?
Good feature request. No, not yet.
Okay.
But would be possible. One more question? Oli Bartsch?
Is there an overview? Because if there are, I say, 8 extensions defining content security policies .php and extending the content security policy, is there some overview which shows the final CSP configuration?
Not yet. So there's a pending patch on Garrett. So the module, the backend module, is not finished yet because I kind of expected that question. So I don't know whether you can see that. So further down below, you would have seen basically all the reports. However, there's a way to actually visualize what is configured and what the origin of that configuration is. So that could be that you enable that in the view, you enable that in your form in your site configuration in YAML, and it also would be possible that it is located in some package in some extension. And here, by using that module, you exactly see where the configuration is coming from. You also see like duplicates, so that 3 extensions are defining or overriding the same values. So that is possible. However, the problem here is, what is a good user experience to actually show that and to visualize all that kind of data? So it's a lot, and you somehow need to find a way to navigate through that information so that it is helpful for an integrator. So that's currently the problem, the user experience of that module. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fini? So then we are done. If there would not have been any questions, I created another video. However, I'm going to show that the next time. So the bonus video, unfortunately, you won't see that today. So thanks for joining the session today, for attending. It's about hacking or creating a backend user by using cross-site scripting. So thanks for joining here. Thanks for being here. Enjoy the evening and the social night. And I'm happy to see you tomorrow at the Doctors Are In session at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.